please. Okay, good morning, everyone. I call to order this meeting of the Finance Committee for Thursday, December 5th, 2024. And as is our practice and I believe our duty, because we need to recognize the lands and their true history. I acknowledge that we are gathered in the heart of the Treaty 7 territory of Southern Alberta. This land is home to the Blackfoot Confederacy, consisting of the Siksika, Kainai, and Piikani First Nations, also the Tsuut'ina First Nation, and our most adjacent Indigenous neighbors, the Stoney Nakoda, comprised of the Bearspaw, Chiniki, and Good Stoney First Nations. Further, we're located within the Rocky View Métis District within the Battle River Territory. Now looking to the agenda, any changes? Seeing none, I move that we approve the agenda for December 5th, 2024 Finance Committee meeting as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And looking to the minutes, there was one thing that I wanted to change, and that is on page 2 of the minutes, where we move to put, we dealt with some of D5, but then we were going to move the rest of it. I thought that we should note that. So I wanted to, right before, it's basically 18/20/24 FIN in that motion, right before D5, I think it should say the remainder of. So it will then read by tabling the remainder of item D5, proposed livability tax program, until after D4. Anybody have a concern with that? Okay, no concerns. Any other errors or omissions? All right, we'll then, I move that we approve the minutes of November 26, 2024 Finance meeting as amended. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And we're on to item D1, operating overview. Ms. Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. So today we'll be going into detail of the operating budgets for the 3 divisions at the town. So we'll begin with Council, Executive Office, and Corporate Services overview. Just as a reminder, Dr. Cottle and Ms. Gibbons provided high-level overviews of the operating budget at our previous Finance Committee meetings, and so today we're going to get right into the detail. So on page 5 of section 3 in your binders, you will see the overview of the general municipal area. So general municipal is a bit of a catch-all section. It's not a specific department, but it is representative of those types of revenue and expenses that apply across the whole organization or are not specifically attributed to any one department. And so just in going through for you, we have some variances on the revenue side and then some variances on the expense side as well. So in revenue for 2025, we've seen some increases. We've seen growth in franchise fees and patio licenses. But on the not growth side, we have not included in this year's, in this budget for you, a transfer from the tax stabilization reserve. So you'll recall in the last few years, we had included a fairly significant transfer from tax stabilization, bless you, into general municipal, which helped offset the overall tax increase. And that was mostly attributable to the increases we saw in our CMP contract and also the phasing in of our full-time fire staff. So that transfer from tax stabilization is not included in this budget that's before you. We have seen interest growth, so our investments have done quite well. And you may recall the reserves that we have to fund our capital, largely our capital items, gather interest. Those reserves are invested, and much of we create new transfers to those reserves from the growth in interest. So it really is good investments that create additional interest that we then put right back into those reserves. Okay. And then we do have a small adjustment on off-site levy, which is just growth related, and it's based on historical trends. This has nothing to do with the new bylaw. This is just looking back what has been the historical amount we've accounted for on the off-site levy front and how that has grown. So this is just, again, an adjustment based on historical trends. Okay. And then in 2026, our Fortis franchise fees go up from 16 to 18%. You'll recall last year, Finance Committee, well, maybe it was 2 years ago already now, authorized a long-term approach to franchise fees. So rather than coming on an annual basis, looking at what those increases were, you approved a long-term plan to increase those franchise fees. And next year, Fortis goes from 16 to 18%, and ATCO is already at the maximum. We reached that last year. On the expense side, we have included $860,000 pardon me, in slippage. And again, just to refresh memory, slippage is salary, wage, benefit allocation. We've done a historical trending here as well and have identified it happens sometimes when positions are vacant. There's a gap between when someone leaves, potentially when we fill a position. Sometimes employees come in at a different rate of pay than we had budgeted. That results in some payroll slippage as well. And so what we've done here is looked historically, where are we at? And the $860,000 seems to fit that historical trend. So that offsets expense. So it's like a credit on the expense side. COLA, this is represented within departments. So as we go through the departments in detail today, you'll see some variances on the salary, wage, benefit side. That's because the cost of living increases associated with the employees in those particular departments is represented in those departments. So it's not included in this general municipal. It's been spread out to the departments. We have seen some insurance increases. So that's the pardon me, the premiums on mostly infrastructure that we insure. So buildings require insurance, vehicles require insurance. Really all of our assets are insured. And in 2025, we see that increase of $85,000 in our premium, and 2026, that goes up by $75,000. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Does anybody have any information on the insurance coverage that Jasper had and how it's, are they getting paid out for the, are they getting paid out? Does anybody know? Okay. Thank you.
I think a lot of what will come for Jasper, it will be through the DRP in terms of their municipal operations. I mean, their facilities may be insured, but a lot of the gap would be in the DRP program. Yeah.
Okay, so in borrowing costs, you will see some adjustment there. Really what we've done is just in 2025 adjusted for the actual debt taken for the fire hall. We're often making projections into the future when we're looking at multi-year budgets. And now we make an adjustment once we know what those actual costs are, the interest rate, how much we're actually paying back. So then in 2026, you'll see that we are assuming debt for 2 capital projects. We'll be reviewing capital next week, but we're assuming that we will take debt for a new fire truck, that's a new ladder truck, life cycle, and then for a snow dump facility that's required at the rec center. And so we've included in this budget under borrowing costs what we assume those borrowing costs to be, then again, once that debt is actually taken, you'll see an adjustment there in a future year. Go ahead.
So we have roughly $6.8 million in 2026 for borrowing costs. Earlier, we talked about,
2 million.
in 2026, I can back up if you want to.
Are you on page 5?
No, sorry, I was on page 1.
Okay. Page 5. So it's 2 million.
You're right, in the general. Do our investments, or does investment growth cover interest costs generally?
Yes, but that's not how we
Look at it.
allocate for it. So costs of borrowing are required to be funded from taxes. They hit the operating budget and are funded from taxes. And then our interest income goes back into our reserves as an investment in our reserves. Go ahead, Ms. Gibbons, I probably got it wrong.
Nope, you got it right. The nuance I was going to add there, so if you're looking at that statement as you, I think we're alluding to, the interest revenue was about $2 million, and the debenture, but I want to flag there, that is interest and principal. So it's not just the interest on our debt, we actually tax for the full debt servicing costs, including the principal repayment portion. So actually the interest we earn on our investments is actually almost double what we're paying out in interest costs.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbons.
Transfers to reserves, so included in this budget, which I think we mentioned at the high-level discussions last week, we have included the contributions that are outlined in the long-term financial strategy, which is great. Again, as a reminder, we need those contributions to be able to fund and plan for the capital expenses that we have. And then, as I briefly alluded to, consistent across the organization and applied across the organization in the departmental budgets are the impacts of cost of living increases. We've also seen on the salary wage benefit line some inflation on benefits. The federal government has increased employer contribution requirements for Canada Pension Plan, employment insurance, and we've also seen an increase in our WCB, or workman's compensation premiums. So again, those will show in the departmental salary, wage, and benefit lines, and you'll hear that consistently for every department. That's the increase in COLA and staff expenses. We have seen some increase in energy costs. Again, those are spread out across the departments, as is inflation that has been applied to, or that we've seen on contracts that we have with other providers, service providers. So we do have a couple of options for you, and we'll go through, go ahead. Oh, no. So we've got some options for your consideration. We'll go through them in detail in each department, and then we have a kind of a summary presentation later of all of the options. So you'll hear this a couple of times, but in the general municipal area, an option for Finance Committee or Council's consideration would be to further reduce the property tax increase by transferring from the tax stabilization reserve. So that would be an option for your consideration, or you could fund a new service or program that might come up as an option later from that tax stabilization as well to reduce the impact on property taxes. So we've just put in options for you. 600,000 is what we had in 2023 and 2024. So there's a couple of options there for your consideration. You also could increase your contributions to reserves, or you could fund an unfunded capital project. So there, again, are some options for you. You'll hear more in detail on Tuesday about the capital plan, and we'll go through for you as well the number of projects that are currently unfunded, and if there's something of particular priority for council, you could consider funding it. In the way that we've suggested here, that would be a property tax increase, But again, there are a number of different ways to manage what that looks like. You could fund a capital project, then do a transfer from tax stabilization. So there are different ways to look at how you might do that. Or you could decrease your contributions to reserve. We don't recommend that. We've discussed that a number of times over the years. But it is an option if you're looking at a reduction in property taxes, but the long-term impacts and ramifications of reducing those contributions to reserve are quite significant, and so it's not something that we would recommend. And that is general municipal. Any questions? We'll skip over page 6, which is the livability operating budget. We do have another separate presentation later in the agenda to go over that in more detail. So then we're on to pages 7 and 8, which is the council budget, and Dr. Cotto will review that with you.
Yeah, just as a reminder, you all looked at this budget earlier this year. The variances in 2025 are, there's one in contracted services. We, as an organization, were really inconsistent with how we budgeted for food, and so we've just made a change this year across the organization, and that shows up as a variance in some departments where we made the change. And then there is a $20,000 variance. We're outsourcing CAO annual performance review and regular governance check-ins, just as part of our business transformation work on improving and streamlining what we do. And then in 2025, there are variances to salaries, wages, and benefits based on the council remuneration committee. So in 2025, that shows up for the last 2 months of the year, and then it's in full effect in 2026 based on the election. And that's it for pages 7 and 8. And then executive office are on page 9 and 10. So there's several variances in 25. For admin and general services, we have a number of small increases around various memberships and subscriptions, hosting and conferences. And then there's a change in contracted services. Last year or 2 years ago when you were doing the budget, in 2024, we reduced legal fees by $50,000 in an attempt to save money. We, based on actuals, actually need to just include that in the budget. We're not putting it forward as an option again this year. And then we're also doing some planning. In 2025, there'll be an election and we'll need to do a new council orientation. And again, that change in how items are coded shows up there in contracted services. And the variance in 2026 is also in contracted services. We're making assumptions and slowly growing legal fees based on actuals, and then in 2026, we'll need to do strategic planning with the new council after the election, so that's part of this budget. That's it. Yeah, Councilor Grant?
Dr. Cotto, can you remind me what the 36,000 under the council operating budget and other was?
No, I don't know off the top of my head, but I will, while we move on, I'll look that up and get back to you.
And the 35,000 under contracted services in 2025 for the council operating was just that?
There's a $20,000 change from 2024 to 2025, and that's for the work that we're doing with the consultant on. So a portion of that is the CAO performance review and outsourcing that.
Right.
And then a portion is the governance check-ins that we're doing with a consultant.
Right.
So the change is primarily just that. And then the coding difference for where we put food stuff is showing up there.
Thank you.
That's it. But I'll have to look up other and get back to you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. This is where we missed
I may be able to fill it in. Yep. Okay, so moving into the corporate services division, we include in corporate services the municipal clerk's office, communications, human resources, finance and common services, and IT, information technology. So starting on page 11 in the communication budget, and we're going through for you the kind of significant variances, not dollar by dollar. So in 2025, we do have a new position in the communication team. We are coding that half to the department, and as a reminder, the other half of that position is coded to the Livability Tax Program. There's a significant amount of communication required for that program, and so we have identified that this new resource will support the Livability Tax Program and then growth within the organization, ensuring we're able to communicate appropriately and engage appropriately with the public. On the contracted services side, the significant variance is that we have included in 2025 the Citizen Perspective Survey. So you'll remember that's an every other year survey that we do with our residents, and 2025 is the next year in that cycle that we've included that. And so then in 2026, contracted services goes down because that's the off-cycle year for the Citizen Perspective Survey. So you see it in the odd number years and out in the even number years.
So with the actual 2023 then doesn't seem to be an up. Would it have been in a?
There were a number of other changes within the contracted services that offset that. We can get that detail for you if you'd like, yeah, for 2023. Okay,
Before you move on, can I
Yes.
just answer Councillor Graham's previous question?
of course.
On the council budget. So the other line, if you look at admin and general services in 2023, it's much higher than in 2024. So in 2024, and I don't remember the reason, but I think it was just for coding ease, that is the amount for all of your individual expenses for things like travel and courses. And so what happened, it's not actually a change, we just changed where it shows up in our system. So it used to be under admin and general services, and then we made a change to code it to other, and I think that is because then it's easier for finance to separate out and track.
Thank you for that. Should we, for transparency purposes, can we call it something other than other?
It's the way the finance system rolls it together. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so on the communication side, we do have some options for your consideration. One is that you could decide to either cancel or delay the Citizen Perspective Survey. Again, currently budgeted in 2025. It could be moved to 2026 or 2026. Sorry for my goofy slide. And that would again represent $35,000. So again, the timing has been intentional. We have an election in the fall of 2025, and has been our practice to have a Citizen Perspective Survey in the year of the election. But that is an option for your consideration. On the increase side, the communication team has put forward a possibility for your consideration, which is a refresh of our corporate branding guidelines. They anticipate that would cost about $15,000. That's something that you could consider, pardon me, adding back in. And then on the decrease side for salary, wages, and benefits would be that position, either removing the position or delaying it. Again, as a reminder, half of it is coded to livability. Would be difficult to advance that program without communication support. So you would be able to save, if you removed or delayed this position, the half that's coded to communication. We don't recommend removing the half from the other side. But we do anticipate some challenges there with just the growth in complexity, both in volume, the growth in both volume and complexity of the work that we're doing, requiring additional communication, website updates, and engagement.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
So the corporate branding guideline work, that's not in the budget currently?
That's correct.
So if we wanted to add, it's 15,000.
Yeah.
Is that something that's actually really needed at some point, or?
It's intended to, and I might get Mr. Robertson to pop over here, but just really to ensure consistency in our approach to communication. Yeah, anyway, maybe you come and explain it. You can do it better. Just because he's here.
Sure. Yeah, happy to. I think it would just be following along the 6 Stories update we provided to council a few months ago. This would take our overall brand and everything we're doing and align it with that work. So it's just moving us into the future across all of our communications. Yeah.
Would it, like change the logo and everything like that? No? Okay, because that often will then lead to a bunch of other costs that I just don't see are necessary, so.
Yeah, it would give us a template for what future materials we're designing looks like, but it doesn't mean we'd have to go back and then redo like signage in the community, everything that exists out there. But it's a template to move into the future with.
Okay. So at this point, it's just a nice to have as opposed to a need to have? Okay. Good, thank you.
Okay. Moving on to page 12, the municipal clerk office budget. So on the salary, wage, and benefits side, we have included, pardon me, a new position, which is the addition of a deputy municipal clerk. We really believe this position to be important. As you know, the work of council and supporting your work through your meetings, committee meetings, and so on is supported by the by the municipal clerk's office. We did also make a change just over a year ago to move the functions and responsibility for a subdivision appeal board from the planning department to the municipal clerk area, and really recognizing we needed to separate where decisions around planning items were made and where appeals around planning items were heard. And we are suggesting the same thing should occur around assessment review board. Currently, our tax and utility team in finance manages assessment in working with our external assessor, but they also coordinate assessment review board. And so really separating those functions, we think would be important moving forward to ensure transparent overview of that work and to limit perceptions of conflict of interest potentially. This also, the addition of this position creates what we feel is some necessary depth, just to ensure that there isn't a miss on a council meeting or an SDAB or an ARB hearing if a clerk is away and we have no one else to fill that function. It allows us to ensure continuity in the delivery of council service. Go ahead, Mayor.
So, yeah, I don't have a concern with the position, but I'm just trying to track where it says in 2025, there's a variance of 112,000 for the new position. When I look up at the budget, it looks like 150,000 increase.
Yes.
So
So
what's
that
the-
difference again is the cost of living
Okay.
increases for all employees in that
All the
department.
wage, and
Yeah.
then the inflation on benefits.
And inflation on benefits.
Contributions.
That's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, okay.
Yeah. Okay. So the second significant variance in the municipal clerk's office is within the contracted services area. And these costs really are largely attributed to the municipal election. We don't typically include expenses for that unless it's an election year. Normally, we have about $30,000 worth of expense to run a municipal election. This year, we're expecting an increase to that of about $60,000. Two significant changes to the process for the municipal election have been required or are being required by the province. The first is that we will be manually counting all ballots. Historically, we've used tabulators. So we need more staff to be able to do that. And our team in municipal clerks have done some testing where they've actually figured out how long does it take them to count a ballot, at what point do you need to actually replace the counter, and so we feel fairly confident in the numbers that we've put forward here. The other piece that has been, I'll say, downloaded to the municipalities is the management of the voters list, and so every municipality is required to manage a voters list. It is historically has been a manual process, but done by the province. This year, though, it is an electronic process, but we're required to rent computers for all of the election workers to be able to manage that voters list, so the costs for that have been incorporated here, so.
Are you sure we gotta put it on a computer?
I don't know. It's sort of in conflict with manual counting, but we'll leave that discussion for another day.
So my understanding is that we actually get the voters list from the province.
Yes.
So we don't have to go and create it. What does it, beyond the computers and whatnot for people to use, is there software that we need to purchase in
Yes.
order to maintain it? Right? And
Pardon me, yes,
presume-
there is some software required to manage that list, and essentially what we'll be doing is checking off each voter as they come in. And you may recall in previous elections that you've participated in as a voter, people sitting at the front of the room with a ruler and a big list and
Yeah.
crossing your name off as you come in. That's now happening electronically, but we're required to, yeah,
Okay.
anyway.
And. Yeah, and if somebody's not registered, how does that dealt?
Then there's a process for what type of proof or identification we will require, and they can then be added to that voters list if they meet those qualifications, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then presumably, the list from the province ensures that no person appears on more than one list.
That's the theory, yes,
Okay.
yeah.
So we're not forced to actually personally enumerate, but we're using a voters list from the province that they would have used in their provincial election. Is that correct? Is that the list that they're,
They are generating a new voters list current to just prior to this election.
oh, so they're going out
They
and
will,
enumerating?
well, no, they're not doing that, but they're generating a list that we then have to verify, but they're not going out enumerating. And that's where it requires some management of that list. So if you come in and you don't have, you're not on the list.
Right.
Then we have to add you to the list, and you'll have to be able to bring some proof that you live here and you're eligible to vote here and so on, yeah.
So I've worked on a lot of elections here and across the country, so I'm just trying to understand how this, so they're not enumerating, but they're generating a list. And I would guess it would be the list that they used in the provincial election 2 years ago, which makes it a 2-year-old list. Not obsolete necessarily, but out of date.
Yeah,
And so the updating happens through our election, is that like?
that's
through-
my understanding. I can
So is
get
our
more
election being
process,
used as a
yeah.
tool to update their voters? Okay, I'm sorry, I just,
We can't really speak to
Yeah, no, I
the
know.
details
I
of the
just-
province. We just, Ms. Rogers has sort of shared what we know is that
Okay.
we're getting an election, but how they're getting the data or, we don't really know.
Okay.
It's a question for the province.
thank you. I just don't want to understand the mechanics, and it's not clear to me at all.
There's much that's not clear to us as well.
Yes.
Yeah, so we're just working with what we got as we get it, yeah. But we'll need more election workers, so
I know,
we'll be looking maybe to you to help us find some,
I know.
yeah. On the options side,
Sorry, she's giving me face.
yeah. So again, we've got a couple of options here, and we've connected, in this case, I don't know why I didn't do that. Anyway, doesn't matter. On the financial stewardship side, looking at, you'll recall one of your priorities is to protect the long-term interests of residents by managing assets and financial resources equitably and sustainably. One option that we do have to add in would be the completion of a municipal census. And it is our understanding that the government of Alberta will now accept municipal census data to look at per capita funding. There are some regulations around how and when they will accept a municipal census. One regulation or requirement is that it cannot occur in the same year as a federal census. So if there is a federal census, that's the data that they will take. So we could include, that would be an option for your consideration, to include completion of a municipal census in either 2025 or 2027. The next federal census is in 2026. There may be some capacity challenges in 2025 with the municipal occurring, and also if we do go ahead with the citizen perspective survey, you could assume that it's the same potentially residents who are being asked to participate in the citizen perspective survey as who may be participating in a municipal census. So there may be some, too much for people to manage in a year. But that would be something that council could consider, and that would come at a cost of $105,000, and that would be added to the municipal clerk budget if that's something that you wish to do. We would contract that out. Coordination would occur within the MCO, but it would be contracted out, that service. Similar to election workers, you would need census workers to be going out and gathering that data. Councillor Mott?
I'm assuming the only reason to do that census would be if your community's population went up, so like, which is probably a given for us for sure. And there's no like future dates they're going to release some sort of rubric or system on like funding levels tied to population. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so we don't know by how much our funding would increase. So, yeah, go ahead.
So I am a supporter of doing municipal census because they're often behind in the numbers, and it bodes well for us generally. But if we're not looking at 2025 or 2026, then we wouldn't bring a motion to add it in for 2027 at this point, because that would be a future.
You could,
budget.
the budget that you will approve, you're approving 2025 and 2026 as a budget, but you're also approving a plan for 2027 and 2028. So if you did wish to add it in 2027, we could update that budget so that it accurately reflects.
So then, two follow-up questions.
Yeah.
I know in the past, the province has not been very happy to use federal census numbers. Do you know if they've changed on that? Will they use federal census numbers?
That's what they've
Okay.
indicated,
Okay,
and
great.
that's why they've said you can't actually, they
So-
won't accept a municipal census data in the same year as a federal census.
So given that it happens every 5 years in 2026, might it not be better to do a municipal census in 2028?
Could be, you
So
could
just
do
give
it
a
whenever
little-
you
just
wish.
give
It
a
could be
little
done
bit of a gap?
annually. It could, some municipalities are looking at doing a municipal census on an annual basis
Oh, really?
because of the growth that they're experiencing. So that cycle
Right,
really
okay.
is up to your discretion on when you think it would be helpful.
Okay. And then I guess one other thing, if we're doing municipal census on an irregular basis as opposed to a continuous basis, just like we do elections on an irregular basis, only once every 4 years, would it not be a rational thought to, if I or somebody were to suggest that we use tax stabilization funds to fund those one-off type things?
Sure, that's certainly an option for your consideration, rather than having the funding for those items come from property taxes.
Okay.
Councillor Faubert?
I have a couple questions. About the federal census, do we find it accurate compared to our municipal census results? Like, is it, I know Banff has sometimes seen their federal census provide a different result than what they see in their municipal one. I just didn't know if we've seen that.
I can't remember when we last did a municipal census.
Yeah, it's been a while since
Yeah.
we've done one, and I don't know that there, it's kind of an apples to oranges comparison. We've struggled in the past with doing a local one because of our non-permanent population. And a lot of time, neighbors are reporting how many people they think they live in the empty house next door. And we don't know enough about the federal to know, so it's not that we have had significant confidence in ours in the past, but there hasn't been so much of a gap. That, you know, there's, I think maybe the number of second homeowners or some nuance around, is the data on number of kids correct, or that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Not big gaps, but it is, they're so, anyway, they're not good comparators.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's usually a time delay to get the federal census, is there not?
That's what I was going to ask about.
Is it a year or two, or?
Sometimes two,
Okay.
but it depends on what data you're looking for.
That's right. Most recently, in terms of population, it's about 1 year.
I think we
Like
got-
that
I
worked
think we
with the
got it in
RCMP.
I think we got it in this, about Q2, as I recall, of 2022.
The next year,
Yeah, like.
correct.
Yeah.
And then but some of the more nuanced data comes later, but it was about a year, and for when the RCMP, when we jumped over it, you know, in terms of the time, and then, yeah.
Yeah. And then I know that we use the citizen satisfaction survey for OKRs. Do we use this municipal census?
Because it's been some time since we completed a municipal census, the current OKRs do not include reference back to the census data, but it is another future data point that could be used for a variety of different types of reporting. Yeah. Okay.
Just one last question. Outside of our RCMP funding contract, is there anything else where if our population grows at a certain level, our expenses bump up? We get flagged on a contract? Yeah.
We
As
do
long as you
have
gotta be
one
careful what you wish
coming
for, right?
in IT. So our GIS, what does GIS stand for? I forget. Geographic Information System. The licensing fee for that is now tied to population. It hasn't been historically, but it is going forward. And I'm just looking to my colleagues if there's anything else I can't think of. Top of
The
my head.
Marigold funding for the library,
Oh,
I
yeah,
believe, has a
libraries,
per
population
capita,
based.
so that's
Yeah,
not, yeah.
yeah.
RCMP,
Yeah, but the thresholds are quite
different?
Yeah,
significant. I think
yeah.
we're at the max now that we are for RCMP because we're paying the 90%.
I'm just trying to understand, there's like
Yeah.
unintended expenses
Yes.
that might
Yeah.
flag, and just how much they might be.
Could happen, yep.
Right, okay, thank you.
Councillor Graham?
Is there any difference between the federal census and the municipal one in the data that would be collected?
Yes, yeah. There are options, so there's with the municipal census, there's kind of a minimum amount of set questions or set data that's collected, and then there is the option for the municipality to add additional questions. If you're looking to collect different data, there's some school of thought, the more questions you have, maybe the harder it is to get people to participate. If it becomes an hour-long conversation, less people are gonna participate. So I think if council were to make that decision that you'd like to go ahead with the municipal census, we'd then look at, these are the questions that are included in that census. What other potential critical data would we be looking for? Are we really looking for population? Yeah, Mayor Kreiser?
You might have said this as I was making a note, I just didn't hear it. Population is a factor in LGFF
Yes.
funding, right? So
Yeah.
like that would be the major impact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So back to Councillor Faubert's question about when the federal census comes out, I guess I was wondering if, knowing that when the federal census comes out is much longer than when the municipal census the results would be received by council, is there some sort of staggered approach that you would recommend so that we get that information, not necessarily, like we could do it a year before, but if the other one takes 2 years, then they're all showing up at the same time. So is there a strategy to make sure that we have, if we were to only even do it once every 4 years? So the town does it once every 4 years, the feds do it once every 4 years, effectively you're getting it done twice every 4 years. What would be the strategy in which to do that, which year to do it? Like, I know that you've given us the years here based on other reasons, but based on that strategy.
I believe the federal census is every 5 years.
Right, you're right, 5, sorry.
So, I mean, you know, we haven't done one in long enough to know what the strategy would be. Certainly one in between every 5 years is probably, given the certainty of Three Sisters and we know that growth is coming, it probably would be wise to do it. But we don't know enough yet about the timing of that growth to know if it's worth doing 2 in between every 5 years or 3 in between every 5 years or every year. You know, the city of Airdrie has created, censuses are now a revenue generator for them. They do them annually and they provide it as a service to other municipalities because they're growing at such a significant rate that there's benefit to them to do it. Our growth isn't gonna be that significant, but we don't know enough yet to know what the delta is for timing. So certainly one in between as a minimum makes sense. There might be times where we wanna do 2 or 3 in between. But it's been so long since we've been in the business of doing this that we're just not there yet.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's been one since, 2012 maybe? I don't. Okay. And then my next question is that will we have the same teeth, legally wise, to force constituents or residents to actually fill it out? So federally, like it's the law, you must fill out your census. Like they keep knocking until you fill it out.
It's not that strong.
We don't have that
provincial,
kind of
yeah.
teeth.
Yeah, I mean, again, we can get more detail on the regulation and requirement, but it's not to the same level as the federal, yeah.
I would love to see a strategy from admin moving forward. I think that the municipal census is very important. I know that like a way back when, like technology is much different now than when we did it last, and so I think we would probably get more accurate data, more accurate perhaps than the feds, because I know that there are like, you know, the MD of Bighorn, the Reeve there is like, the information they're getting is not accurate. And one year they skipped dead man's altogether. And it was like it didn't exist. So I think that this would be a really good tool for a variety of things, and since we have time to think about it, what questions we put on there based, outside of the base questions, could be helpful.
Okay, we'll come back with a recommendation for your consideration on when we think that would make the most sense, I guess. I don't know, in between the federal cycles. I don't know. I have to give that some thought.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what we can come up with, but we'll figure something out. Okay, on the decrease options list, and so just, sorry, I forgot to mention, when you see an option shaded in gray, it's one we recommend. Not shaded, we don't recommend. So that is for your consideration to remove or delay that deputy municipal clerk position. Again, it's included in the 2025 budget, representing just over $100,000. For the reasons I explained earlier, we think that's an important position, but it's always at your discretion whether you move ahead with that or not. Okay. Pardon me, moving on to pages 13 and 14. We have the human resources budget. In terms of variances in 2025, we have included in 2025 the addition of a recruitment coordinator. Again, the variance in that salary wage benefit line also includes cost of living and benefit impacts for all of the employees in that department, as well as the new position. I did want to flag, and I think Ms. Gibbons did so in her earlier presentation, we have filled that recruitment coordinator position in 2024, just given the significant volumes of recruitment that we're seeing and the need for that team to be able to carry on. So if council chose not to proceed with that position, we'd have to make an adjustment there in the staffing. But the ongoing recruitment volumes have been so significant, the team that was in place was unable to keep up. Go ahead.
When you're talking about recruitment, if you could just elaborate on it for me, is this also for future needs, as in when we're looking at the organizational plan? Like, would that person fulfill that capacity also?
They are dealing strictly with vacancies, turnover in positions, hiring, booking interviews, doing reference checks, making job ads. It's the actual activity of filling current positions at the town or working towards filling new positions when they're approved and when we have turnover.
Thank you.
In the admin and general services, you'll see an increase there. That is an increase focused on leadership training. We have had a plan for leadership training for the last few years. We did remove it from the budget in 2023 and 2024 due to capacity restraints, but believe we're ready to advance that work in 2025. So it had been previously approved by council, and then we took it out because we just knew we didn't have the capacity to be able to fulfill that service. And then on the contracted services side, we have time clocks where employees punch in and punch out in our operational areas, and those time clocks have reached the end of their life and need to be replaced. It's not included in the capital budget because the cost of each individual clock is much lower than we're typically looking at $5,000 or more for capital expenditures, and each clock is not worth that amount. We do also see, as the number of town employees grows, an increase in the costs to have our human resources payroll system. Pardon me, because there is a per employee cost, per employee per month cost have that systems, and that's what those increases are made up of. In 2026, we have included a new position, I'm sorry, which is a disability coordinator. Disability management cases at the town have increased by almost 200% since 2020. And these are mental health claims, physical illness, workman's compensation claims. And the cases that we're seeing are growing significantly in complexity and requiring much more time than they have in the past to support the employee through their absence, but also through their return to work. And we do see an opportunity here as well for some more proactive mental health and physical well-being initiatives to hopefully impact the number of claims going forward, but we are really very much in a reactive mode now. Someone goes on leave and then we need to manage what's happening there. And the number of those leaves has continued to almost double year by year since the start of the pandemic. And then way out in the future, 2028, we've included what we've called for now an HR strategist. That will likely morph and change a little bit in the next few years as we get a better handle on how growth of our staff base and our organization continues to happen. But currently, our human resources manager is the only position in that role, ultimately focusing on longer-term strategy. It's already unsustainable now, but certainly by 2028, it will be even more unsustainable. It's just the workload that we're looking at will require some addition of resources, and for right now, that's kind of where we pegged. That might be the way to look at that. Go ahead. Do you have a question?
No, this is still.
Okay.
Sorry, my apologies.
Okay. So on the options side, there is an option that we've included for council that would be an addition or an increase, and that would be adding an additional $200,000 just to continue to help move employees towards their job rate in alignment with our employee pay policy. We are bringing to council early in the new year updates. We've got a policy workshop scheduled in February. One of the policies that you'll be reviewing is the employee pay policy, and so there is option to wait until that policy has been reviewed and updated by council, and then look at this in a future year, or to include that now. It is our goal and our target to get all of our employees to the job rate for their positions. Typically, when folks are hired, they're hired in a bit below that job rate, but moving through that pay grid has historically been based on performance increases that councils have approved or not approved over the years, and so some employees with some length of service haven't made it to that job rate. You have very graciously supported this in the last couple of years, and so we have been able to make some impact in moving employees forward, but not everyone is yet at their job rate. And then we could, as an option again in 2026, you could decide to cancel or delay that position that's currently included, the disability management coordinator. Again, given the volume of disability claims that we're seeing, we don't recommend that. We currently have a half-time resource dedicated to managing that, and it just isn't enough. It's becoming also increasingly difficult, I think, for leadership teams in departments to be able to work through those, again, sometimes very complex absences with employees. So. Okay. No, I just keep drinking, but thank you. I was gonna have a candy, but I'll probably choke if I try to talk and eat my candy at the same time. That would not be good. So page 15 and 16 is the Finance and Common Services budget. Uh-oh. Yeah. So in terms of variances in 2025, we do have included here a new position, which is the financial analyst you've heard a little bit about in, pardon me, in our meetings to date. We do have limited capacity currently within the finance team to support financial reporting and budgeting processes. That falls on Mr. Irwin and Ms. Gibbons, and you see by how quickly your binders are growing and the complexity of the budgets that we're presenting to you. That's a lot for two people to be able to manage. But we're also experiencing a gap in really overall general financial management and advice within the organization, and especially to be able to support departments better as their budgets grow more complex. And so we really feel that this financial analyst position can add a significant amount of expertise and capacity in that area. We also see an opportunity here for some significant analysis around the corporate administrative support concept that we shared with you whenever that was, last week or the week before, who knows. And also the ongoing and longer term approach to our long-term financial strategy. We do have a capital project to update that policy document. Go ahead.
Do we have like a quote unquote financial strategy currently, or is it more like
We
a
do.
cultural approach to
Yeah.
how we do? Okay.
Yeah. It does require some update. The world has changed quite significantly since that strategy was put in place. The number of assets that we have and the condition of those assets has changed. And then we're seeing the impacts of that capital strategy on operating budgets, and that's a piece that wasn't included in the first version of that strategy. Go ahead.
Thank you. Kind of along those lines, the systems we have in place, are they sufficient for, like, the accounting systems, the S&P systems? Do they support what we need them to do, and does this position, if so, does this position feed into that well? Does that make sense?
Well, you will see in the capital plan and needs assessment and then implementation of a new financial system. We were advised quite recently that the current financial system that we have is approaching an end of life and no longer supported software function in the next few years. And so we certainly need to be looking at that. The other piece that we will be looking at in conjunction is a more formalized approach to asset management, again, given the significant number of assets that we have and the need to provide you all with great current and detailed information on being able to understand what is the condition of our assets currently, how do we project and predict how and when those assets will need to be replaced. Modernizing that approach and system would be part of what we're looking at with a change in the finance system. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, and variances in 2025 on the contracted services side is really with regards to our contract for assessment services and audit services. Both those contracts have a renewal and they've gone up in price, as you'll see across the organization with many of the contracts that we have. In 2026, we have 2 half-time positions included within that budget. One is a utility billing assistant, and so that position is actually funded from the water utility. And the other is on the property assessment and taxation side, and that's funded from taxes. And these are both just in response to growth as new units, both commercial and residential, come on stream in the community. We have new accounts on the utility side that need to be set up and have regular billing, and we have the same on the assessment and taxation side. The other thing that I think we've noticed and potentially, well, not potentially, have underestimated the impact of is just the turnover in properties in Canmore. I think we have a slightly higher than normal number of sales. And there's quite a bit of work that needs to happen both on the utility billing side and on the property tax side. When properties change ownership, we have to communicate with land titles, we have to create new accounts with new owners, and there's a fairly significant amount of work there. Mm-hmm.
2 people, or is it 1 person doing both of these?
Could be 1 person with dual responsibilities, or it could be 2 part-time people, or, yeah, we'll see when we get to the point of recruiting for those positions where our current staffing is at. We do have some other kind of half-time allocation position, so we may do a bit of a restructure and say, we currently have 2 folks who do utility billing and property tax. And so we may say this is a good time to separate those duties and have specialists on the utility billing side and specialists on the property tax side. But yeah, I think it makes sense to wait until we get closer to that time frame.
Right.
Yeah, it's a good question. And then we have included, again, in 2028, another financial analyst, just acknowledging and recognizing continued growth and complexity on the finance side. And really, one of council's most important responsibilities and priorities is setting and managing a budget for the municipality. And so just recognizing that there's a significant amount of work needed to do that well and to provide you with the information you need to make good decisions. In terms of options, again, you could see a decrease by removing or delaying the addition of the financial analyst, or removing or delaying the property assessment and taxation assistant. We did not include here the decrease option for the half-time utility. Pardon me, because, Oh, yeah, sorry. It's separated because it's funded from the utility, not funded from property taxes. Thank you. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, so those are some options for you to consider for decreases. And then to support the town of Canmore's environmental leadership, we do have the option to add a carbon accountant position. You may recall when the SEEP was brought forward to you this year, an option was to include a focus on carbon accounting. So rather than just focusing on financial accounting, actually looking at the municipality's current and projected carbon impact. That's a very specialized skill set and also a really different kind of approach and function to financial accounting and would require resources, but it is certainly an option for council to consider. Okay, moving on to pages 17 and 18. Information technology. In terms of variances, you'll see inflation on our service contracts. And in recent years, we've shifted more and more towards subscription-based services. Most software providers only give you that option. You have to do a subscription kind of service. And we're moving more to the cloud. That's just how IT has changed. We've added a support contract for the audiovisual in council chambers. And we've seen a number of times where we've needed to access that and likely anticipate continuing to need that kind of support, again, to ensure that the system works and functions for you so that you can hold and lead your meetings. I did mention on the population side, the GIS system is now based on population, so it's a population-based fee structure, and it will grow incrementally as population grows. I would like to give kudos to our GIS staff member in engineering. He's managed to delay this increase by 2 years with very good negotiating with the company, so we thank him for saving us that money for the last 2 years, but this change came in effect a couple of years ago, and he's managed to delay it for us until now, so that's a big win. There are 2 positions in the plan moving forward. I made an error. The systems administrator was meant to be in 2026. Anyway, it's in the plan for 2027, and we'll just have to monitor and see how that goes. We currently only have 1 systems administrator, so we have a single resource that's dedicated to supporting the majority of the systems that we have through the town. And they also have a significant role in managing our IT and systems security. The systems administrator and the manager both do that. So Yeah, anyway, that was something I did wrong. And then in 2028, we have added a supervisor on the IT side, just again recognizing how that team is growing and how reliant we all are on IT systems and support to be able to ensure we can do our work. And the security landscape continues to be very complex and changing incredibly rapidly, and requiring more oversight than we currently have resources to put towards that. We are continuing to also advance our approach on e-services, and that's related to both of these positions as well, continuing to try to get more of our services online. We're looking in the next year or two at bringing business registry into a more automated online process through CityView. I think I mentioned when we did the livability budget that we have the online declaration process through CityView, but again, online. So those types of services, trying to make doing business with the town as easy as possible for our property owners and our residents. We do have two options for your consideration as increases. And we would ask to go into closed session to be able to discuss those in a bit more detail.
Does it make sense that we'll do that now, and then afterwards we'll take a break? Like, how long do we expect?
I don't think that'll take very long, but we actually have something also from municipal services for a closed session. So what I'd suggest is we go through everything but the closed sessions, and then do the closed session at the end of all three divisions once.
Okay.
And that, so I would just vote that we're done now unless there's other questions, and we take a break. And then we come back and go to a different division, and we'll just hold this conversation for,
Okay,
yeah.
sounds good. We'll take a break.
Yeah, that concludes the corporate services piece, unless there are any questions.
Okay, we'll take a break until 10:20. Okay, we're back. We're back from our break. And now we're moving to municipal infrastructure.
Yes, thank you. And just to recognize, we are going out of order from what's in the binder. It's just because after I'm presenting, Mr. Mackay has an item that'll go in camera, so we just thought it would flow better, and then he's got the rest of the operating stuff. So for those following along in your binder, we're moving to page 37. I'm happy to be here today, walking you through municipal infrastructure's operating budget overview. So I just wanted to start with recognizing the span of services provided in municipal infrastructure. You may look at this slide with the picture of the mayor on it and think I'm a giant sycophant. That is not the case. I just wanted to recognize that we've done some pretty remarkable things as an organization, not as municipal infrastructure, but as an organization that it's been great to lead and have my team lead in municipal infrastructure, and I wanted to take this opportunity to call some of that out as we go through the presentation. So yeah, my portfolio, and I'll be walking through engineering, planning and development, facilities, and public works, which include sustainability, parks, streets and roads, the solid waste services utility, and the water utility. So starting with engineering, and again, as Ms. Rogers did, I'll be focusing on the key variances that you see in the budget. So engineering is on page 38 of tab 3. Not that many variances in many of the pages that I'll be walking you through, just in keeping with the status quo budget approach that we were taking. There are some new positions for engineering in the proposed budget. One is a new senior development engineer in 2025. That is to support the volume of development applications we're seeing and the complexity of those applications. So we're now starting to see, and have already seen, the conceptual scheme and land use for the village ASP. We expect to be receiving in short order the conceptual scheme and land use application for Smith Creek, and then that all triggers subdivision applications and larger development applications. So we just need additional bench strength on the development engineering side to support that, and some experience in handling those more complex application types. In 2026, we have a position, a new GIS technician, and that is just recognizing that we currently have one GIS resource in the organization in engineering. They support a myriad of functions across the organization, and it's really a capacity issue for them. They're just not able to support the magnitude of work that we now need in GIS as we evolve into different, supporting different functions with that technology. We also have in 2028 earmarked an engineering technician position. I've identified positions in 27 and 28 in line with the capital plan. Those are kind of first glance positions. So what you're seeing here, it could be different when we come forward to 27 and 28, kind of across the board in any of the divisions. Revenue variances, there are a couple. There's an increase that you'll see on the revenue side in sales and rentals in 2025, and that is related to the cell tower lease renewal for the cell tower by the boat launch. And then also we have an increase in transfers from the development application reserve to fund the new senior development engineering position. Yes, Councillor Graham.
There's a cell tower by the boat launch downtown?
Yes.
Where?
Going to the forest.
Huh, okay.
I can get back to you after with the, show you the location.
I've spent a lot of time down there, and I can't recall ever seeing a cell tower. Okay.
Okay. If there's no other questions related to engineering, I'll move on to planning and development. And planning and development is on page 40 and 41 in your binder. There's no new positions requested in 2025 or 2026. We're in the very exciting position of being fully staffed in planning and development. So in some ways, it's kind of hard to tell if new resource is needed. So we just want to track for a couple years with being fully resourced in terms of positions. So we didn't request any going forward in 25 or 2026. There is, so you'll see on the revenue side, a variance related to the revenues for permits and fines, and that's really an increase in permit revenues. It's better reflecting what we're seeing in terms of actual permit volumes coming in and the value of those permits. And then on the expense side, there's an increase in professional fees, and that kind of is the other side of that coin on the increase in permits coming in. We also have an increase in work for our safety codes function, which is currently contracted out. So that safety code services contract is costing us more to handle those increased permit volumes, and that is the increase on the expenditure side. Councillor Ma.
Will we hit a threshold point where it might be worth having a safety code officer on the staff as opposed to contracting out?
Yeah, we would, and that's a discussion that we're having currently. We haven't made a decision on it.
Okay.
But we've definitely started those discussions.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for planning and development?
So the surplus goes to the development reserve, right?
It does. When there is a surplus, we take 10% of that and put it into general revenues, I think
Right.
it is. And that is just recognizing, as with the corporate admin transfer, some of the overhead costs, well, not overhead, but the corporate admin function related to finance and HR and IT and all those things, and then the rest of it goes into the development application reserve. And we do find, actually, that the fee structure, I'll just take the opportunity to flag that the fee structure is set to reflect the overall work associated with a permit, which doesn't necessarily all happen in the year the permit is received, right? So if you look at some of the subdivision applications that relate to construction of deep utilities and the roadways and things like that, there's ongoing work to do inspections and detailed design and monitoring that can quite often extend past the year the permit was received in. So some of that development reserve function is intended to smooth that and make sure we've got the funding in place to pay for the complete scope of work required for a development application. Any other questions? No? Okay, so I will move on next to page 42 with facilities. For those of you that might be like, hey, that's the old fire station, I just want to also point out that this year we repurposed the old fire station to the new protective services building, which again was a welcomed accomplishment for people across the organization. So in facilities, we have a variance in positions with a new facility maintenance technician proposed in 2027. And that is just, again, to manage some of the work that we have in maintaining facilities across all of the town facilities. Particularly, they can bump into challenges with around opening and closing hours for Elevation Place. When they're short-staffed, if someone's on vacation or sick, and this will help. Currently, we rely on casual positions to offset that, but that along with increasing work and adding the new fire station, we're just reaching a capacity limit with them. So we anticipate in 2027, we'll be bringing on a new facility maintenance technician. In revenues, facilities sees an increase in concession and franchise lease revenues, and that's primarily related to the concessions operating out of both the CRC and Elevation Place, as well as the vending machine leases that we have in those facilities. Expenses for facilities, there were a couple of variances I wanted to note. One is the increase in contracted repair and maintenance. A lot of that is just addressing generally an increase in costs of contracted building services like janitorial services or some of the repair work that's done on the operating side of the budget. It's just, we see it on our side with increases in cost of living. We're also seeing it in contracted services that we need to take on. And then also in expenses, there is some fluctuation on the supplies and energy side, and that is really related to fluctuating natural gas expenses. So we do see a dip in 2024, and then it comes back up in 2025. Councillor Mara.
Thank you. I just have a question, I should know the answer, but our cleaning staff are contracted, they're not employees of the town?
It's a combination of both.
Of both, okay, thank you.
Yeah. So for example, it's a combination of both across facilities. Okay, any other questions on facilities? We do have, sorry, as I jump ahead, one optional decrease when, that we're looking at on the facilities side, and I'll put that out there now, and that is related to, we could have an optional decrease in expenses of about $5,000 if we kept that Elk Run, Centennial, Millennium, and Lions Park and Opera House washrooms closed for an additional month each year. That's actually a good example of contracted janitorial services. So yeah, if those are currently closed or during the winter, if we could continue that closure extended a month or close them a month earlier, we could save about $5,000 annually on the operating budget. Now we'll go to Public Works Administration and Sustainability on page, oh, I think I got the page numbers wrong on that one. Sorry, that's on page 44, the slide's wrong. So there's variances for Public Works Administration and Sustainability related to a new project manager in 2025. The project manager is actually for the water utility, but much like our water engineer or Mr. Camoan and his time managing the contract, it shows up in the Public Works Administration service area. But that project manager would be focused on implementing projects for the water wastewater utility, and actually results in a decrease in some of the project costs on the capital side, because currently we contract out project manager consulting services for most of that work. So we expect to see a cost savings on the capital side by bringing that function in-house. They would not be able to complete all of the projects, like provide project management services for all of the projects in the utility, but they would be providing it for some and bringing the costs of those projects down. On the revenue side, there's a couple of variances in the Public Works and Sustainability area. One is there's an increase in the transfer from the water utility to fund that project manager position, because it would be paid for through the utility. And there's also a reduction in draw on the sustainability reserve, which is a reduction in what we would see for the Climate Emergency Action Plan implementation. There was a pilot project in 2024 that saw that amount go up, and there's a reduced draw to reflect that now. And then on the expense side, there's a reduction in contracted services. That's the removal of the e-bike pilot, which is what that draw on the sustainability reserve was funding. And then also reduction in rabbit-proofing town facilities, because we don't need to rabbit-proof them anymore. Okay. Oh, sorry, Councillor Graham, did you have a question, or? Okay. A couple of options that we are presenting for Public Works and Administration. One is two potential positions that we could put forward. One is a 2-year term for a municipal energy coordinator position in 2025. And that would be relating to exploring ways to reduce energy consumption in the town. That's grant funded. I believe it's 80% grant funded in 2025 and 60% grant funded in 2026. And then the remainder of that would be offset by transfers from both the solid waste and the water utility reserves. The water utility is one of our biggest energy consumers across our town services. So there's a logical draw to that offsetting the cost of that position. And then a zero waste position is an option that we're putting forward in 2026. As council may remember from our recent waste audit, there's definitely some room for improvement in diverting waste from the landfill. And we believe that a position focused on increasing awareness of options and education around waste diversion could help us change that, what we're currently seeing. Oh, sorry, Councillor Graham.
I'm sorry, Ms. Smithers, I actually would like to rewind just a tad.
Sure.
The removal of the e-bike pilot. So we are, that that project was completed and fully funded and fully subscribed?
Yes.
Okay. And we are not recommending any sort of future program in that regard?
No, we're not, we haven't included that in the budget. In conversation with both sustainability and community and social development, because it was linked to the affordability program, there was a belief from both of those departments that the 50,000 used for the e-bike program could achieve greater impacts in other areas.
Such as?
I was just gonna add to that, but you can answer that.
I think the affordability program around energy efficiencies for home, I forget what the program is called off the top of my head, but the home retrofit program was seen to have considerable more kind of bang for the buck in terms of helping people offset or reduce energy consumption of housing. And just generally across the board, when we look at the suite of programs that we're taking on, this wasn't seen to be one, as I said, from either sustainability or community and social development that they thought would be a priority for them.
The other thing I'll add is that the Sustainability Reserve, which is what funded that pilot, has specific language that it's only for funding pilots. It's not for funding programs like that in an ongoing way.
Yes, thank you, sorry.
And so given the status quo budget and where we were at with the tax increase for what we believe we need, and what we were bringing forward, council, certainly you could make a motion and direct us to include that in the budget, but we did not believe that was prudent given where we were at and the language of the reserve. So, you know, when you get into deliberations, that you can direct us to include it. We have not at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Cowell. That's a better answer than mine.
Thank you. I appreciate that, those points. Can you, maybe this is a better discussion for, is this a now discussion talking about whether or not, how many people subscribe to that program, how many bikes we got out there, how many, should I be asking those questions now, or is there a
It's all
better time
been
for that?
reported.
Right.
So you could pull it from previous reports and we can
Yeah.
email it to you. Yeah.
Okay. I'll dig into that later then.
I was just asking for a reminder as to what the e-bike pilot budget item was, like how much it was.
50.
It was
That's what I thought. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So just a continuation on that. So I think it was $200,000 worth of pilot projects came through the sustainability or the program that Caitlin and Amy oversaw. So none of those are being continued because they were pilot projects, and due to budgetary constraints, then it was decided that we're not including them, like retrofits and stuff. Like, if those were continuing, where is that in the budget?
So I was gonna I'll go back to this option slide. That is one of the options that we've included is including the 50,000 back into the budget to increase the pace of the climate emergency action plan. So there's 2 points there. One is that 50,000 could be targeted for additional pilots or like smaller studies. And then I think the 2024 motion around the home energy retrofit was actually, it was approval of a program of work and not just a pilot. So that had shifted into operating to continue on as well.
And my memory is that approval was actually into 2025, so that program is in the base budget
Yeah.
for 2025.
Correct.
Because of I think it's linked to I can't remember if it's a provincial or a federal program, but that program was tied to another program that's being run somewhere else as a larger umbrella for 24 and 25. So the interim budget for 2025 does include the continuation of that program into 2025, but it's not in for 2026 because the larger umbrella program is ending in 2025.
So I think it is helpful information to know what programs are being discontinued because they were pilot and not being funded
Yep.
going forward, and which ones are being continued, so that we have a sense of what's continuing and what's stopping and all of that.
Yep, definitely.
Because then it also goes to, if that was really, because I mean, I see the e-bike program as an example. I mean, there's climate sustainability type objectives, but there's transportation mode shift objectives. And so that's an interesting one, just to know what options might be available, and so that we can assess whether that's a reasonable thing to bring back or not.
Yeah, we can include further information in the follow-up
Okay.
presentations on the pilots that we're concluding and the ones that are included in the base.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
So as I mentioned, we have an option to increase or add to the expenses in Public Works and Sustainability by $50,000 to increase the pace of the implementation of the Climate Emergency Action Plan through furthering some, that'll come back in the other motion. And then there's an option, we have a decrease option in there that is already reflected in the budget, actually, so we wanted to flag it as a difference, but we've already put it into the budget. And that is the $80,000 decrease for the rabbit-proofing town facilities. Any further questions on Public Works and Sustainability? Okay, so we'll move to Parks on page 46. So the notable variances in Parks, one isn't really a variance, but I wanted to flag because it's a new position. It's a full-time urban forest team lead in 2025. So currently the team lead position in Parks is a term position, but we're looking at converting that to a full-time position. So it would be funded in part by converting it that term funding, and then also a decrease in the seasonal employees. So cost-wise, it's net neutral, but it is a new full-time position. Revenues, there's a variance related to a reduction in grant revenues. So this shows up in the revenues and expense again, because the grant was used to fund the mountain pine beetle program. So we're seeing a reduction in the grant revenues, and then also a reduction in expenses because the province has determined that the infestation levels for mountain pine beetle are low enough that they are likely to not be funding that grant going forward. And then on the expense side, there's also an increase in contracted services, and that is just in part related to the growth of the town and the continued assumption of assets that move into final acceptance, so they're now the responsibility of the town, and we're looking after them.
Ms. Smithers, does the urban forest team lead, does that have something to do with the fruit tree removal programs as well?
It could, yes. Yeah, I think that Parks is thinking there would be an efficiency in managing that fruit tree removal program, as well as just paying attention to their urban forest more generally.
Right.
Through having a constant resource focused on that and not having to train on board, let go, train on board, let go. So that is something that would be in their portfolio.
Would fire smarting be in there as well? Probably not, eh?
Not sure.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Okay. Any other questions on that? Okay, and then we did identify some optional decreases in the parks area for council's consideration. One is decrease in mowing and maintenance along Bow Valley Trail and Elk Run Boulevard. We have already reduced the flower barrel program downtown. I think we cut it in half, so we could look at eliminating that program to find some cost savings. We could permanently close 2 of our vault washrooms. It hasn't really been decided yet. I think they'd look at use. Yeah, if council was looking for some cost savings. We could eliminate our support of the holiday lighting program downtown. We had recently included in the budget that outdoor ice service up in Three Sisters at Stewart Creek. We could close that to save $4,000 a year. We could reduce litter picking. This says eliminate, but it's not really eliminate, sorry, that's my, we could eliminate the replacement of dead and dying trees in high-profile locations. However, we would still be looking at hazardous trees and removing those trees. So we just wouldn't be replacing them when they are taken down. And then also we could look at permanently closing the bike park in Benchlands. That would take a bit of money to decommission and shut down, but it would save year over year, once it was decommissioned, about $16,000 a year. Any questions? Any questions on that? Yeah, it's kind of where we're at. Streets and roads is on page 48. Just a couple of variances there. Nothing in terms of new positions. On the revenue side, we do see an increase in internal transfers from both solid waste services and the fire rescue fleet maintenance, and that's both really to just better reflect actuals in terms of the cost of maintaining the fleet related to those two departments. On the expense side, again, increase in contracted services, just because it's costing more, we're seeing an increase in those contracted services, well, the cost of them. And then also, again, fluctuation in fuel costs, and this is related both to gas and diesel fuel. Okay, there is an optional increase in streets and roads for $315,000. This would, and it would also require an amendment to the council policy on snow and ice removal. This is really identifying that as we make progress on our paved pathways and we want to see them used as commuter options and work towards mode shift, council may want to consider increasing the service level for snow and ice control on those paved pathways and on sidewalks from a priority 1 to priority 2. So we've put that in there as an option. It would require a change in the budget, but then it would also require us to revise the snow and ice control policy. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. I just want to confirm that we still remove snow on Main Street and maybe even 10th to the windrows in the wintertime to accommodate for street cycling, for on-street cycling in the winter.
I believe that's correct, I can confirm.
I just wanted to, it was something that was done years ago, and I'm assuming it's now kind of baked into snow removal policy in general, but I wanted a confirmation if somebody
Yeah,
did.
I can confirm.
Thanks very much.
Okay.
So just
Professor?
to confirm my understanding, priority 1 versus priority 2, that's really a timing thing, right? Like if you had, like we currently have had a break from snowfall, you'll get to the priority 2. If there was continuous snowfalls, you might be stuck on working on priority 1s and may not get to priority 2 until you have the time to do so. Is that correct?
It's part of it, and it's also the service standard related to the depth of the snow on the trail, right? Okay. So priority 2s, the trigger for clearing is a bit deeper snow than on the priority 1s.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. So we'll move to solid waste services on page 51. So variances there, we see a new operator position in 2025, and again, that's just to deal with volumes. On the revenue side, there's an increase in the recycling revenues, and that accounts for the extended producer responsibility contract, as well as the commercial food waste program, which was rolled out and is a mandatory program now. On the expense side, the variances relate to, again, an increase in the cost of contracted services and supplies. There's a decreased transfer to affiliates because we've made the last payment on the baler, which is the picture in the background, all the baled stuff. And then there's an increase in the internal transfers to account for the transfer to corporate administration, which Ms. Rogers had talked about previously. Questions on that?
Do we have a baler bill, do we have a baler bill burning party? Because I remember the baler was expensive. Like you would a mortgage? No? I guess not.
The
Okay.
baler bill burning? We can maybe plan for that. Okay,
A question for Dr. Cottle.
oh, sorry.
How many total new positions are being proposed this budget cycle?
I'd need to just do the quick math, but I can get them back to you.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay, there's an optional increase in solid waste services, and this relates to a motion that was put forward by Councillor Faubert earlier this year. So we've done the work to look at delivering a reuse center, and we can get into it a bit more when we get into the options discussion maybe later today, but that would be a cost of $1,150,000. The estimate is it would cost approximately $1 million to create the center, and then it would take a full-time position to maintain that center ongoing.
So question, solid waste services, that's paid for through rates, correct? So would the creation of this service be something that is rate funded, or is it through property tax?
The intent would be to fund it through the reserve, the solid waste, so rate funded.
Right, so that we use it from reserve, and then we would add, obviously it would affect our goals for the reserve, so there would need to be an adjustment to the rates up to replace that reserve cost, right?
Not for I think timing wise, we would need to look at a reduction in the reserve levels in the interim, because the solid waste and water utility rate bylaws are coming forward next week. So that would be in place before the budget approval, and then we would just need to adjust as required.
Right. So I guess to evaluate this, we would need to know the impact on rates, if any, because initially funded by reserve, but what's the impact on rates that it would have if we were to do that in order to top up the reserve again? 'Cause
Yep.
presumably it wasn't part of the reserve plan, so if we're using it,
Correct.
we're using something that was being saved for something else.
Yeah, yeah. So we could bring that forward for the deliberation sessions for council, the cost, the impact on the rates going forward.
Yeah, I think that's important information to have.
Yeah, yeah, we can include that.
Could it be offset by how the EPR program now runs into the recycling?
Theoretically, yes, the EPR program is accounted for already in the rates that we talked about at the previous meeting, and that will be in the bylaw coming forward on December 10th.
I think solid waste services and recycling are different. And I think for this one, I thought it more of recycling, but I see it's in solid waste services. So my EPR question was more recycling, so, sorry.
Yeah, it rolls up into the same utility and the same rate bylaw, right? Any other questions? No? Okay, so next is the water utility, and that is on page 53. In terms of variances there, I just want to reflect the position that I'd already mentioned in Public Works and Sustainability is to deliver projects in the water utility so that it doesn't show up here, but it supports the water utility. So I just want to be clear on that. For revenues, we're seeing a variance related to the increase in sale of water and the collection of wastewater, as well as developer levies. And then on the expense side, again, fluctuating energy costs are resulting in some variances that you're seeing in the budget. An increase in contracted services again. There's an increased transfer to reserve, as well as that increased internal transfer for the corporate administration function, and increased debt servicing costs. I think Mr. Camo spoke to some of this when he walked through the water utility. And that is that for municipal infrastructure. Councillor Faubert.
I thought of a question related to the solid waste services options. The large item pickup, would there be a reduction in potential landfill tipping fees if less materials were put through the large item pickup and went through the reuse it center potentially?
Potentially, but I don't know that we would know that with enough certainty that we'd reflect it in the budget.
And then, is there a potential that there would be less use of the large item pickup program, or that those two would be connected?
Again, I don't know that we would have enough certainty on that to reflect it in the budget right away.
Any other questions
Krause,
then
or-
on municipal services
I just had a
or
question.
infrastructure, sorry?
Sorry, question about the reuse it center. Is there been like a descriptor or anything about what it would be and where it would be and what kind of items would be expected to go through? I'm guessing like a level higher than a business case maybe, that has been done by the department?
I have a short description of it that I
Okay.
can't get to because I've got this up
Perfect.
on my
Sorry.
screen.
No
But
worries.
it would be at the Boulder Depot, and then when we get to the options discussion later today, I'll be able to pull that up in a
Yeah,
little bit more.
I'm just asking because some of the questions that Councillor Faubert are asking kind of, it doesn't seem like it's a reuse it, it's more like we're running an outside thrift store. Because I don't think there's a lot of testing that happens when things get brought to the reuse it in Banff, but it's been a few years since I've been there, so I could be wrong. I don't know, I'm just trying to figure out what the vision was, that's all. Thanks.
Yeah, I think in addition to the impact on rates,
Yeah.
we need to have a better idea of what it would be before we could actually fund something, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So, any other questions on municipal infrastructure? Okay, so I just wanted to get clarity from my own mind. We're still within item D1, right? Okay, so, we've got a lot of things on. We are booked in our calendars till 5. If the subsequent things take the time that they are allotted, we will need to go past 3 o'clock. So I'm just flagging that for people, okay? And keeping in mind then that once we're done, I think we're going to go in camera after we're done the municipal services to deal with the D1 in camera, or closed session, sorry. Okay, just as long, I know where we're at. Okay, good. Okay, so on to Mr. Mackay.
I will just want to set up, pass around 2 items. One is the provincial downloading sheet, which has been updated with body-worn cameras, and then a presentation copy.
Yeah. Did we, okay, yeah. We already had something in here for ATE, right? Reductions?
Yes, it's already in there.
Okay, thanks. So that 9:05 to 10:05, that was really optimistic. Yeah, it's hard to know.
And I will mention too, the package that you now have includes the paid parking content, not the closed session content, but
Okay.
the publicly available content, which is why it feels a little bit bigger.
Okay, yeah, there's some heft.
So with that, I will jump in here. Okay, municipal services. So really focused on the human services that the town of Canmore provides to the community. Namely, economic development, community social development, the RCMP, municipal enforcement and emergency management, fire rescue, and recreation services. When we jump into economic development, what you'll notice in economic development as far as variances are concerned is the increase in business license revenue as a result of the recent business registry bylaw changes that council approved. So that's reflected in the budget there. In 2027, so outside the 2-year approval, we also have in the plan a staffing increase for an economic development officer, focused on helping to develop our cultural sector. Part of the justification for this position is around multi-solving. So we have both the cultural master plan and economic development strategies, and this position will help to implement both of those. But again, we'll need your approval in a future cycle.
So just a question around, we have the increased revenue. Now, I see that there's increased salaries. Would any of that be about like increased staffing to handle the volume?
In there, you're referring to the
Yeah, I recognize there's some growth regards to salaries, wage, benefits. I just see about $75 or actually $85,000 increase in the salaries, wages, and benefits. And I was just wondering if that's...
It's attributed to the 0.5 business registry revenue, or business registry coordinator.
Right.
That is a
Oh,
part of
that
the,
was the subject of the last one. It was, so at the last meeting, we had that covered by these fees.
I mean, it's where economic development is tied into the recommendations from the Livability Task Force.
Yeah.
And the 0.5 position to aid in processing the additional volume.
Yeah, and we decided not to fund it from the Livability Tax Program, but we fund it from these revenues.
So this is updated based on your direction at that previous meeting.
Perfect, thank you.
However, there'll be one additional update that we'll be looking to make. Because of the timing of the changes, what we haven't included in this budget is to adjust the Tourism Canmore Kananaskis grant, which the agreement with TCK has us granting 12% of business registry revenue. So that'll be, it's not in your draft budget currently, but is a revision that we'll make for your final approval.
Okay.
Councilor Grant?
Can I request that we get a copy of the TCK budget?
I believe is that in the binder
Is that something
already?
we can ask for?
Yeah, absolutely. We could
The
ask
whole
for that.
budget? I don't think that that's the town's purview. It's just what we're funding for our portion.
Yeah, you could reach out to TCK, but they don't send it to us like other affiliates do.
I would say their AGM, they present it.
I mean, there's
can find it online.
audited financials and whatnot, but it's an independent organization.
It's an affiliate.
No, it's an independent organization
We
that we
contract.
contract them to do some work, and they provide us a seat
Right.
at the table, but it's not mandatory, it's not our creation.
Thank you.
And then in economic development, one optional increase is to upgrade the Main Street pedestrian zone entry points and gates. So for the past number of years, we've been using temporary event type fencing. And so for $37,000, we can move towards something that's considered more attractive and more permanent to help, I guess, further beautify the already excellent Main Street pedestrian zone. And that would be funded from the Economic Development Reserve. Then we get into another optional increase. So recently, Council made this motion 246-2024, where you indicated that you wanted to explore business license bylaw changes that required all individually titled visitor accommodation units to obtain a business license. And so at this point, I'm reporting back on the second portion of that motion, which is around the dollars and cents associated with that, so that you can consider.
It's just the generator test. It's okay.
So that you can consider that.
Hang on, I'm just gonna double check the stream and cut out. Should be good, actually.
And we'll just send an email.
We're still okay, but these might be a second. We're still kind of,
We're still streaming?
yes.
Okay, then let's just continue.
Continue, great. So with this outlined on the slide, the anticipated revenue based on just over 1,400 new business licenses at the same business license fee that's applied to tourist home units would result in $216,000 in revenue. And to resource that increased volume, we would like to resource the 0.5 business registry coordinator. That's part of this budget and related to the Livability Task Force recommendations by taking that from a 0.5 position to a full-time position, so 1 FTE. It looks like there's some questions, Councillor.
Yeah, so just a question, is this is a response to a motion? Would there, correct?
It's a partial, I respond to
I
part of the
remember-
motion?
Yeah. So, response to a motion, you've priced out what it would be, and this would be on individually titled units. So, one hotel, one title, one license, 40 rooms, same.
The one title, yes, we would still need to do the work to revise the business registry bylaw.
Yeah.
But with the, I would say, seemingly increasing number of individually titled units within one building, this would be the resulting business license revenue change, yeah.
Yeah, and then, and would this be something that you would recommend happening in 2025, or?
Process.
Sorry, and this is just a response, actually, you're not recommending anything, you're saying, here's the answer to the question, this is what it would bring in, this is how much it would cost. But if I were to ask you when you would recommend bringing this in, would that be in 2025 or in 2026?
Yeah, great question. Business license renewals just went out,
Yeah, so 2026.
would be the
And
recommendation.
I think based on all the work that's gonna come out of ECDEV with regards to the new business license, it would be nice to phase that in if we were to consider this.
Yeah, exactly. And I seek to, as far as process is concerned, 2025, bring forward a recommended bylaw amendments in plenty of time for the budget amendment cycle. And then those amendments would require, I would say, a budget amendment to account for the increased volume that would come with those amendments.
Okay, thanks.
So to clarify, if somebody wants to pursue this, it will require a motion that is supported, and they should, the motion would be to direct admin to bring forward recommended bylaw amendments. So correct on that?
I would say we already have that direction to bring forward those amendments for consideration.
Okay, it was to increase as an option for council as part of, so I don't think you've been directed to bring back the amendments yet. I think you've answered it here. You've brought back what additional resources, how much it would bring in additional resources required. Now it would be subject because I know from my perspective when I voted for that, this is the sort of thing I wanted to know, but we haven't directed any change yet because now we have to have that discussion.
Correct, and I guess maybe this is could be an outside of finance committee piece, but it's good to clarify is For me, I was anticipating we would do some work on those amendments, or those recommended amendments, should you want to pursue this. And that the Finance Committee understands what the impact of that would be going forward.
I think what the mayor is saying is they could give us further direction to do those amendments.
Yeah.
So part of what you're showing here is the cost, and if they're interested in the cost, then they can give us direction to continue. But I don't know that you
Sure.
need to do the
Yeah.
work to do that if they're not interested based on the cost.
Exactly.
Okay, perfect.
Exactly. And so if it does pass here, then it would form part of presumably the 2026 budget calculations. But the work to make that happen would come back to us sometime in 2025.
Correct.
If it was supported. So that would be the process I see. And the other thing is it says that the 0.5 FTE as part of livability. Of course, we changed that with our previous motion. So I'm presuming that if we did support this and it went to full-time, it also would be funded from the business registry funding as opposed to the Livability Tax Program.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, and sorry for the language there, if that added confusion. My intent there was just to tie it to the
Yeah.
previous approval.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Councilor, there's a few mics on, I just want to make sure that.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
we're
using
not
that one,
missing
sorry.
I wonder, can we help that beeping? It's super
I'm working on
distracting.
it.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. The business registry system, is there any, similar to my accounting question earlier, are there systems we can put in place to automate this in a more efficient way to lighten that manual workload?
Well, I'm going to say a cautious yes, because software has always seemed to be the thing that makes things more efficient, and sometimes it is, and sometimes it creates challenges. We are looking, as Mr. Rogers mentioned, at implementing a system to make it more, I would say, user-friendly from the business side, as part of the e-services transition.
And I would just flag that even with a software solution, there are questions that need to be answered. We've seen just with the change on the tourist home side, about 50 licenses we need to follow up with, where folks are either coming in person asking questions, or, so it solves a portion of the process.
But not all of it.
But not all of it,
Right.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll keep moving. So under economic development, there's also the arts and events, arts and culture department. And so there are a few things here that I wanted to highlight for the Finance Committee. Under the variances side of things. And one of those being that, although not apparent in the line items, we're changing our approach for the Winter Carnival based on the success of the Connect Downtown delivery model. So that actually results in a decrease of costs associated with that event, which is helpful in offsetting some of the increases that you see in some of the line items in your package there. Some of the increases that are identified, in addition to the COLA pieces that we've discussed previously on the salary, wages, and benefits. We had our elder fees and honorariums, which traditionally have been coming in above the budgeted amount, which in a lot of ways is great news, as it reflects increased Indigenous participation in our events. As with many contracted services, quotes are already coming in higher for 2025 and beyond, so we've reflected that here as well. And then as far as the Art Trust Fund is concerned, there's a few pieces I want to highlight on that as well. One is the micro-grant program. There's a motion from the Finance Committee that was given previously where the micro-grant program was deferred, but I want to ensure it's clear for the Finance Committee that that's now included in this draft budget. There's also, it's included in the draft budget. Sorry, it is included in the draft budget. Yeah. As Councillor Graham, do you have
And I know it was funded on a per capita basis, right?
That's correct.
And I forget, there was like $3.
I believe it was, I'd want to double check the policy, but I believe it was 2
Okay.
per capita, because it's approximately a $32,000.
Times 2.
Yeah.
It's really good math. Yeah. That's your boy.
I will fight.
Sorry, I'm sorry, that was unprofessional. That was unprofessional, I'm sorry. Mr. Mackay is talented and competent and capable. I'm
Thank
deeply
you.
sorry.
Thank
I'm
you
deeply
for
sorry.
that. I totally agree.
I'm deeply sorry. I am, truly.
I was stuck in the backcountry, I'd want to be with him and not you.
100%. Yes, me too. Me too.
Well, here we are at the Finance Committee. Also, a draw from the Art Trust Fund to maintain our public art collection. So you'll see a notable increase in the draw in 2025, and that's for maintenance on the big head. Some optional increases within arts and events that we've talked about. So a New Year's Eve light installation, indoor and outdoor, to replace fireworks. Estimated at $20,000, well, $30,000, because it assumes that you will not also be removing the amount that's in your base budget for fireworks. Councillor Fulbert?
I was going to wait till you were done.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. But when you're done, I have a question about when you're at the end of this one.
Okay. And then there's also another option to fund an Indigenous market during National Indigenous Peoples Day. So for $3,500 that's previously been grant funded, we've been able to expand programming in the form of providing a market. And so the question for the Finance Committee is if you'd like to guarantee that element of that event, we'd recommend that you include that in the budget. Certainly we'll still seek grant funding. But because grant funding is not guaranteed, we just wanted to be clear that that could be an element that doesn't exist down the road.
Would the light installation become a permanent part of our art collection? Would it be an asset or would it be a temporary display?
It's considered to be temporary as part of the budget process here. However, I would expect it not just to be a New Year's Eve piece, so more of a period of time, days, weeks, that it would be up, certainly culminating in a display on New Year's Eve.
So if we chose to go with a light installation out from the Art Trust Reserve this year, next, or in 2025, in 2026, that might be, we wouldn't need as much money because we would have already invested in the structure, and then it would just be implementing again?
I'd want to confirm that with our arts and events
Okay.
team, but potentially there would be some cost savings down in the future. So certainly can get back to you on that.
I was definitely thinking of the Spirit of Christmas display in Banff, how they come and.
Store it, and they bring it back
They
out.
bring it back.
Just for clarity, I don't think we could do this for 2025, or could we? I'm just thinking about the timing of the budget. So we have nothing for 2024, right?
Yeah.
Right. I'm asking when New Year's Eve, do we pay for New Year's Eve on the 31st, or do we pay for New Year's Eve on January 1st?
31st.
31st, okay, so
Yeah.
2025, okay.
So this year, there is fireworks,
Yes.
because I saw that
Correct.
advertised. So I just need some clarification. Before we could consider this, I don't really know what a New Year's Eve light installation, indoor and outdoor
Yeah, me
is.
neither. That's my
So
question.
I need to know that. And so then I see also 2 replace fireworks, so that this would be, if approved, it'd be something moving forward. So for 2025, a year and some from now, it would be something else instead of fireworks is what is being contemplated.
So for 2025 being the New Year's, that's a year and a little bit from now.
Yeah, December 31st, 2025.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Any more questions on those ones? Doesn't look like it. Okay.
Yeah, so I had the same question as the mayor about what a New Year's Eve light installation, indoor and outdoor, what that would look like. So at some point, I'm hoping that we'll get a descriptor. And the $3,500 for the Indigenous market, I'm gonna ask a dumb question, what does that cover? What is that, only $3,500, I understand that, but
Sure.
I'm just curious as to,
Um,
I don't actually recollect us ever having to pay out for a market, usually because it's sort of revenue neutral generally, but I'm guessing this is a different model, so.
I can confirm that. I suspect, but can confirm, there's some organization of it that we contract out, as well as some of the setup that's required, some assistance there, and potentially use of other spaces.
Okay, so this isn't a revenue generator in any way, shape, or form, or revenue neutral, it's, okay,
Correct.
like other markets run.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Cheapers, fireworks were cheap.
Some optional decreases in arts and events. So we've talked a bit about fireworks already, so remove that budget and don't replace it with an alternative. We also have the option to remove the Winter Carnival in 2026 and into future years. The reason that's not an option for 2025 is the planning. We've had to start that already in order to deliver that in February. But for 2026, you could certainly have a reduction there. And then there are two reductions related to the Art Trust Reserve. So one is to eliminate the entire contribution for the Art Reserve for 25 and or 2026. And that 72,000 figure does not include the micro grant. You also have the option, certainly, to permanently eliminate the micro grant program for $32,000. If we were to get that direction, we would also suggest having that be a permanent reduction, as we've been back and forth on this one a few times before, and have us return with a policy update to remove that as a program that's embedded within policy.
Out of, oh, sorry, was somebody else? Sorry. What is the balance of the Art Reserve right now, or the Art Trust?
I believe it's approximately 300,000, but
Where's Rick? Okay, that's fine. That's all right, I don't mean it that way, I just was like, go Gadget Rick. So my fridge has been left open.
So the projected December 2024 balance in the Art Trust Fund is $326,000.
Thank you. And how many artists have we typically supported through the micro grant program?
we have not implemented the micro grant program outside of the required policy updates. So it hasn't been funded.
Okay, I'm thinking about something else then. This wasn't the sort of the new iteration of what we ran during the pandemic.
It's different than what we ran during the pandemic, but it is the new iteration from the Cultural Master Plan. This was a recommendation in the Cultural Master Plan, and we have not implemented it yet.
Okay, all
So
right,
it's-
sorry.
Yeah.
So I am thinking about two different things then.
Yeah.
All right, my apologies.
They're connected, but two separate things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
This was the thing last year, Joanna, where it was being put out for the first time, and then there was a moment where some of us tried to get it reduced because it looked like it was going to get cut to like from 32 to 16,000, and it didn't pass the finance committee's thoughts at the time, which is why it went to zero.
Oh.
And so this will be the first year of it.
Okay.
That's just a memory
All
refresher.
right, I appreciate that.
As far
Thanks.
as how many artists it impacts,
or supports, but I may be thinking of a different.
Yeah,
program,
it's
so I
different
don't-
because it hasn't happened yet.
I was
so,
thinking, I
yeah.
thought this was just sort of like an iteration of what we did
Right.
during the pandemic when I think it was 10 artists that we ended up supporting
Yeah.
with a certain amount of money, but,
Yeah.
I retract.
Yeah.
So I'm clear, because, so what was the program called before? Because we had a,
Are you thinking of the community grant program that's funded through council's budget?
no, when I sat on the CAC, we had a micro grant program that we funded about 5 artists, if I recall
It was like the
properly.
building community, it was like during the
a
pandemic, there was
one-off?
like the bridge
it wasn't.
installation, there was the trail installation, there was the neighborhood stuff. It was a pandemic-specific program that Eleanor ran.
It was a capital project.
Yeah.
Building
Okay,
community,
all
building
right,
neighborhood.
thank you.
So that is different than this. You'll need to
Okay.
look at your council policy, which is in
Yeah.
your binder for the
Okay.
public art committee, for public art. And there is a policy that speaks to this micro generation program. The policy
All
was
right.
just recently your term updated for this specific item. You're right, Councillor Graham, there have been other programs, but those are capital programs funded also through the Art Trust. This is a specifically separate funded thing that we have never implemented.
Correct.
So that fund and the art committee does a lot of different programs around artists. This is a new and different one than anything we've had before.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I will keep us moving then. Community social development. So notable variances in community social development. One is the Taxi Pass program. So that's a reduction based on historical utilization of those funds, not a cut that's going to reduce, I guess that's not going to meet the anticipated demand. Councillor Faubert?
Is the reduction in use in the program due to fare-free transit or the e-bike pilot?
I couldn't say for sure the reason with confidence, but those may certainly be factors. Yeah. There's also a minor reduction related to no longer participating in the living wage network, and the committee of the whole will receive a presentation on that in the coming weeks. And then I did want to mention, because when you look at actuals for community social development, looking back, you'll see large variances. And one of the things to celebrate is that the Homelessness Society of the Bow Valley, who we were previously the fiscal agent for, has moved out on their own and is now an official charity. So we can expect smaller variances from budget moving forward. I'll also flag, and I apologize, it's not in your printed copy. The plan includes a position in community social development in 2027. So over the next 2 years, we're hoping to work on what it means to scale community social development in anticipation of growth. And so the exact scope of that position's not yet been established, but by having it in the plan, it I guess gives us the opportunity to look closely at the community and what it might need as it grows. I'll keep moving to family, community, social services, or support services. And some good news here. Our grant has increased, so a 4.5% increase from 317,000 to 332,000. So a 4.5% increase, and the first one since 2016. The way the FCSS program works is there's a minimum municipal contribution, which is 20% of the joint provincial municipal funding that's allocated per year. And so the table below shows the, I guess, the trend, and certainly how inflation and keeping staff on the wage grid has impacted the municipal contribution.
So the variance is the downloading.
Correction. Yeah, that's correct. Family community support services, some other variances, some variances in supply and energy. Some of these are equipment life cycle, anticipated maintenance to the trishaw, inflation, as well as a reorganization of expenses between contracted services and admin and general services. So not the most significant variance in the world, but it met that 5%, $5,000 threshold, and so that's why I'm including it with some commentary here. As far as the Family Connection Center is concerned, so Family Connection Center, nope. Another grant-supported service. There is no minimum municipal contribution, but it does show the provincial grant trend over time, as well as the municipality's contribution to maintaining those services. So for comparison, the municipal contribution in 2020 was 17%. So an increasing trend in this, I guess, the size of municipal contribution. Councillor Faubert.
The Family Connection Center, if we didn't provide this service for the province, then what would happen?
It's a good question. If we didn't provide the service,
Yeah, so the other, we had to bid to provide that service, and other agencies could have bid to do it. In some communities, the Boys and Girls Club or other nonprofits like that move into the space. So we competitively won that process. I don't believe there was anyone else in the Bow Valley who bid to provide it. So if we didn't provide it, either the service wouldn't exist or someone else would have to come forward to move into that space.
And that's because the province was the one who put out the bid. So then they would have to find a new service provider. Okay,
Exactly.
Thank you.
Could we bid at a lower rate?
You mean at a higher rate?
Yeah, we're providing more service for less money as it is. So we didn't get to pick the amount of money. It was an extremely complicated process with deliverables and outcomes and targets for different age groups. And we identified what we could do for their criteria, and they said, this is the amount of money you'll get to do that.
And then we said, this is what we actually need to cover that above and beyond this.
Yes.
And they said, we don't care.
And nobody else said we would do that for them.
And then how much staff time is spent reporting on this contract?
I don't have that exact figure at the tip of my finger. I can say the reporting is significant and takes time from both our finance team and certainly our FCC and community social development staff.
Is it reflected in the 32% for 2025?
When you say reflected, is it?
Like the amount, like in terms of our contribution to deliver this service, is the 32% of the total cost that we're providing, does that include reporting?
Some of it would be reflected in there. Some of the staff time spent is part of the FCC budget, but there's other contributions from corporate services and elsewhere that's not.
Perfect.
And so just in context, though, this replaced a previous program.
Correct.
Right, so this is a continuation of what was the previous iteration, right? And it was different the way it was aligned, so it's not like this was something that just started here. There was people working, providing a service from the town, and then this continued it under a different name and a different structure.
Yeah, that's.
And deliverables. Before it
Yeah.
was 0 to 6, now it's 0 to 18.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. The previous iteration was Parent Link, and then there was a transition in, I believe, 2020, 2019, 2020, to a new model. Dr. Cuddle, I'm not sure if you want to.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. And we had to reduce the staffing complement by 2 in this transition. And Councillor McCallum is right. It used to be 0 to 6, now it's 0 to 18.
And it was probably 20% more dollars, I think, when it was 0 to 6.
I'd have to look.
Some good news in FCC is, although it's not reflected as a variance, the POW Foundation has provided a grant that replaces a previous grant source. which is used to fund additional casual hours to expand programs and services just a little bit more. So that's a recent change. So certainly appreciate working with the POW Foundation on that. There are some optional increases in community social development. One is to increase home support for affordable services program seniors specifically in the form of a part-time position. So to add some color to this, similar in some ways to the Town of Banff's home support program, where they have staff that go into homes to provide assistance to seniors in particular, or those that need a bit of extra help. It also represents an expansion of the Town of Canmore's Helping Hands program, currently coordinated by Family Community Social Services, but where the actual visits and support is provided by volunteers. So it's an option for consideration. Another option.
Just on that one then, if anyone's interested in moving that forward, could the approach be to pilot it for a term and therefore fund it perhaps out of a tax stabilization or something like that before adding it to the?
Yeah, I think we could come up with a pilot. I'd want to take that away with community social development and just understand exactly what that would look like, as far as ability to implement for a 1 year, 2 year.
I guess I'm just wanting to know, does it have an impact as anticipated? Does it gut the volunteer program because now there's somebody full-time? Like, is there something that there's an impact that maybe we didn't foresee?
Sure, okay, yeah, if that's something that's interested, we can bring back some more detail there. Yeah. And then there's also the option we've listed here to increase community grants funding. So both in 23 and 24, requests for community grants were approximately 125,000 in requests. Town of Canmore's been granting 30,000 annually since 2006. So there's an option to increase that grant program if so desired.
And is that in the council budget then? That's where the increase would be? Because I think the 30,000 comes from there, doesn't it?
Exactly where it's coded, I would need to double check.
Okay. I thought it was in that one, but I might be wrong.
I think that may be correct, because I know we had to work on getting her access to the history.
Okay, great.
Mr. Mackay, can you give me some examples of the $125,000 in requests? You know, what are they?
Sure. I mean, Councillor Faubert, I believe, sits on that grant committee, so might be more in touch with the exact requests. But I would say it's sometimes for new programs, events from local nonprofits, typically, although you don't need to be a nonprofit in order to apply.
I don't want to like name specific groups because there were decisions that were made in that process. But there was a wide variety, new organizations, established organizations, events, programs, and there was definitely an attempt within it to focus on the priority areas identified in the grant policy, which is like circular, I don't know if it is circular economy, but in my mind, it's circular economy, like community, like supporting the community. So it was really tough. The other thing too is some of the applications indicated that they would not be able to move forward with their program or event if they didn't get funding. So in some cases, you might not see what was proposed in the application happen in the community this year because it would have needed funding to go ahead, and some of the things have happened, so.
I just want to put it out for the room, there's a level of detail, I think, that I'm feeling like we're missing. But I also don't know that we could have anticipated or provide it. So there has been a full update on this process, put in a cow package that has already gone to council. So when these grants were awarded, the update of, you know, sort of summarizing it has been provided. I appreciate you all can't remember all the information we put in front of you, just like we can't pull it all together for this presentation. But it is the kind of thing we could go back and pull and you could go back and look at because it has been in cow packages. And there's been a couple of things that are like that today. So we can work to cut and paste that from what we've already provided and provide it as a summary at the next meeting, rather than everybody trying to remember right now. And I know Ben and Sarah are helping to track that. So anyway, that's come up kind of several times. There's a level of detail that we don't have at our fingertips on some of these items, but we've tried to look at trends across the organization in creating the options list.
Thank you.
So similarly to increasing funding to the community grants program, one of the options, as far as an optional decrease is concerned, is to remove that program, which would result in $30,000 as a savings line item wise. And then there'd also be there'd be staff time, which would be saved from the removal of that program as well. Okay, now from here, okay, I'm gonna get going. RCMP, now it gets exciting. So some variances in the RCMP budget. A few of them. One is a transfer from the photo radar reserve. So you'll notice that in your packages, there's no transfer in 2026 from that reserve. And the remaining funds in that reserve are used as a transfer in 2025. So this really, and we're going to talk about it more, I guess, is a result of the discontinuation of a photo radar program. So we'll get into that a little bit more. I don't want to do it right now. I also wanted to identify that this is in many ways us reporting back on a previous Finance Committee motion as far as how we would move away from that reserve funding of 1.5 RCMP officers. Yeah. Okay. Oops. Fine revenue has been reduced based on actuals, and that's really because the RCMP is, well, they're busy. They find themselves working on more big C crime as opposed to doing enforcement that generates fine revenue. As well as there's also been I guess, a reduction in FTE utilization projected by the RCMP. So just like the organization budget's slippage, the RCMP has essentially increased their slippage anticipation, which means that they don't have quite as many officers filling positions throughout the year. As well, the Bow Valley Victim Services grant included in this budget has been removed based on the provincial changes that have occurred. Councillor Graham?
Mr. McKay, do you have the municipal enforcement fines number? Kind of.
Yeah, I can go there now, though.
No,
No, it's next,
yeah, I guess,
unless there's any more RCMP. No, okay.
but that fine revenue goes down too. Okay.
So, municipal enforcement. Revenues, so I think, Councillor Graham, what you might have seen is a reduction in fines based on the discontinuation of an ATE program. So that's rolled up into the municipal enforcement budget. Additionally, in the municipal enforcement budget, parking revenue has been adjusted downwards based on actuals. Given this is a status quo budget, we are going to talk more specifically about parking in a little bit, but that's what's in your draft budget currently. On the expense side, this assumes a conversion of a part-time paid parking admin to full-time, so something that was part of the previous plan. Paid parking reduced transfer to reserve based on reduced revenue projections, as well as the corporate holdback, which we've talked about a little bit already. As well, included in this budget, we talked about ATE, is no transfer to reserve, as no automated traffic enforcement revenue is anticipated. This also means that included in your base budget is the discontinuation of the new driver rebate program and law enforcement bursary, which were previously funded from the photo radar reserve ATE revenues.
So I had a question just on the adjustment to the sales and rentals under revenue, that is the paid parking revenue, correct? And the decrease, because we didn't hit the budget, that was because of the post-budget reduction to rates.
That was a significant contributor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe 100% of that is attributed to that, but that's a significant contributor.
Okay.
Okay, as far as,
So it wasn't necessarily less usage, though, is what I'm saying. It's due to, I mean, the projected usage, it sounds like was fairly accurate, but we charged less because of a post-budget
correct.
change.
Yeah, yeah, we didn't amend the budget when that change was made.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Councillor Graham?
Was the Riverside Park and the boat launch fully implemented for the full year?
I don't believe it was for the full year. No.
So that would also have contributed to that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
As far as optional increases for municipal enforcement and emergency management, one is the hiring of a regional emergency management coordinator, which is be a shared position with the town of Banff. So this has come up in the regional emergency management plan and bylaw that's been discussed and approved by council. So I think you've seen bits on this position before. Estimated at, or I guess the budget amount for the town of Canmore would be $60,000. And this position would help to manage protective services workload, as well as advance our emergency management program further. Some examples being updating plans, the regional emergency management plan specifically, planning and delivering various exercises, gathering learnings from other municipalities following events. Certainly beyond that as well, but those are just some examples of the type of work that would be completed on behalf of both communities. Finance Committee can also ask that the new driver rebate program and or law enforcement bursary be included in the budget and provide an alternate funding source for that, since ATE revenues aren't present to provide that. I will say there's been various interest and grant amounts over the years. In looking back, it's never been fully allocated, but I would say anywhere from 9,000 to 17,000 from what I can recall over the past number of years.
What is SWB?
Salary, wages, and benefits.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. And do we know if, I mean, obviously this position would only go ahead if both Banff and Canmore supported it. Do we know where they're at?
I believe the town of Banff is discussing this next week. So they haven't had public discussions on it at this point. I suppose there's always the option if one municipality wanted to implement it and the other didn't, you could increase emergency management resources in your one municipality. It just wouldn't be a regional approach. Councilor McKay, sorry.
So further to the mayor's question on that shared service, we're speaking to a regional emergency management approach. Are we including the MD of Bighorn, or are they?
Yeah, the regional emergency management bylaw allows other communities to join. However,
Yes.
there haven't been.
They're not interested right now, at this time.
I mean, I can't comment from a political level on their interest. It's open. We haven't been approached specifically as administration as far as working together on a formal regional approach, such as the one outlined
Do they
here.
know it's there?
I do believe they know it's there, at least administratively.
Okay.
I think it's early days. It's early days. I mean, this was developed based on a grant funding with the town of Banff. And so the two created it. I've asked the question about expanding, and that's subsequent years.
Right.
But they have to get it
Yep,
organized.
that's cool.
Yeah.
And to be clear, we still collaborate with all of our regional partners. It's not as if collaboration's not happening. This is just a different.
I'm not,
yeah.
I'm not alluding to that. I'm just was curious, because it's new, and do they know, and, yeah.
Yeah.
And it could help, be helpful.
Absolutely.
My next question was, so that you're talking about funding the new driver rebate, so was that what you said that we received $9,000 to $17,000 worth of uptake on, was the rebate pot?
The total pot of 20, just over.
25K, so of that,
20.
we use up 9 to 17K. And then, if my recollection is that it's been several years since anybody has been awarded the bursary, correct?
You know, I just pulled the roll-up of that one rebate / grant line, so we can certainly provide that. But
Okay.
but that's the utilization of that almost $28,000 amount.
Oh, so they're rolled up together,
Yeah.
the driver rebate and the bursary. Okay, thanks.
You bet. Okay. Councillor
What,
Graham?
what would be an appropriate reserve to pull that? Have we got some examples of where we could pull it from? Taxes, that's it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's not an obvious reserve. Yeah.
Or paid parking,
Paid parking, that's what I was,
kind of.
I mean,
It doesn't fit the language of the reserve, so you'd have to amend the reserve policy.
right, thank you.
okay, optional decreases in municipal enforcement. One is to reduce the municipal enforcement training budget by $10,000. So it's typical that we see turnover in our departments, and municipal enforcement's one where there's notable training to onboard new staff. And so similar to the approach taken to the legal budget previously, you could essentially see if we had turnover or not. A variance could result if we had more turnover than expected. Keep rolling here. Fire rescue. Sorry.
Do you have a question? Sorry.
Fire rescue. So some revenue variances, some increases, based on master fee schedule changes, as well as the MD of Bighorn agreements, the amounts in there. There's also, and I have up here a bit of a historical implementation of the staffing model in fire rescue, which has been going on for some time. And we're getting into the final 2 years of the implementation of that model in 25 and 26. So in 25, an average of 4 staff in the hall on shift at any time, ready to respond, made up of 3 full-time staff and 1 casual staff platoon. And then in 2026, your base budget or your draft budget includes the conversion of that casual staff member to a full-time position for that average crew size of 4 people. I'll note that the phase-in of the staffing model did allow for the expansion of our 10-minute response map in 2024. So a notable service increase there. Also included in the salary wage benefit line is COLA, and now that the collective agreement with the IAFF has been settled, it's reflected there as well. Internal transfers, we've talked about those a little bit already, but there's a more accurate costing of what it takes to run fire services included in the internal transfers there. Optional decreases. If you're looking for some savings, you do have the option to cancel, we're presenting the option to cancel Fire Prevention Week and its associated events, school visits, pancake breakfasts, those type of services. Estimated savings of $11,000 there. Okay, no lights, I'm gonna keep rolling. Home stretch to recreation. So some variances, revenues, I would say largely rec services has returned and exceeded pre-pandemic usage in a number of areas, which is good news, so that's a contributor. As well as there's been fee increases over the past couple of years and additional ones planned. The method there has been to engage in more frequent, smaller fee increases that allow us to meet the policy targets in the rec services operating policy, as opposed to waiting a long time and then doing significant ones. So to ease those in. Associated with increased usage, we're also seeing an increase in payment processing fees. So that's reflected in the draft budget. And then a reduction in contracted services, as we used to contract the delivery of one of our specific summer camps, and that's no longer required. As a look back, the cost recovery direction that's provided by the rec services operating policy has us bringing a budget to you, or ought to be bringing a budget to you, that recovers 60 to 70% of the costs in recreation and facilities. Last time, 2 years ago, we were sitting here and we didn't do that. We were clear on that, is that we were coming out of the pandemic. And so we brought you a budget that had a cost recovery of 52%. And then this time around, we've been able to adjust fees and see usage change while weathering the storm of inflation. And so now your 25-26 budget meets that cost recovery target. So good news story there. So with that, I'm not sure if there are any additional questions, or if we're able to move to the closed session to discuss a couple of options.
Just real quick around recreation and the services that we're providing currently through Elevation Place. I know that there's been some changes to how some of the, and this might be a bit weedy, but this is sort of what's I hear in the change room, which is always fun to be naked and people talking to you about these things. Very Canmore. With regards to changes to certain aquatics programming, particularly that is enjoyed particularly by seniors, but isn't necessarily specific to seniors, aquafit and that type of programming. I know that there's been changes either into the length of the classes and or sometimes the timing. Have we been able to, and that was, I think, sort of a post-pandemic lag where there was, people weren't getting their NLS regularly, and we were struggling to be able to hire because those research hadn't happened during the pandemic. And there was basically a national shortage of instructors and lifeguards and so on and so forth. Have we managed to jump over that?
Sure. So I would say, I think there's a couple pieces there.
Yes, there's a few moving
There's
parts.
one around, I would say, the job market, and I would say that we're seeing that start to stabilize a bit. I would say it's not fully stable, but it's improved significantly since the pandemic. When it comes to the length and I guess types of offerings for something like aquafit, I know rec services is certainly interested. Those adjustments can often be made based on feedback. So if that's a current concern, I'd encourage those individuals to connect directly with recreation to provide that feedback. Sometimes those schedule changes can take a period of time to implement, as the pool's already booked for certain activities for a period, but certainly the rec's intent is to meet the needs of the community as best they can.
And then Big Fun. Big Fun runs for 8 weeks in the summertime?
I do believe it is 8. It's July and August.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes 9. And so I guess my question is that if currently the public school system, and I'm not sure about the Catholic school system, the first week of school is the last week of August, which in my opinion is a crime against children and childhood. Personally, a crime. I hope somebody at the school board's listening. Anyways, my question is that if that were to ever change, would we actually have a hard time in recruitment for that last week?
Difficult to say. I would say that our hard time in recruitment, I would say what could impact our recruitment more would be the university school schedule, as oftentimes
Yeah,
day camp leaders are going away to school in the fall.
right. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on municipal services?
I'm just wondering if there are none, if I could plug in quickly, I have an answer to Councillor Graham's question that I want to show that I think is helpful to see,
Okay.
if that's okay?
While you're getting set up, for the closed session, how long do you anticipate will be needed for that?
You have 3 items total? You have 2, you have 1?
So when you say the closed session, do you mean?
I mean, for this,
For operating.
just for,
5, 10 minutes.
Like 3 minutes?
okay, so if everybody's okay, just so that we can compartmentalize, after we see this from Dr. Cottle, if we're okay to have our closed session on this amount before we take our lunch break, and then we can come back with a new topic? Okay. And we'll take definitely at least a full hour, so.
No.
Scott, if you could help me out, that'd be fantastic.
Even with my great big mouse.
Oh God, my glasses are so dirty.
So Councillor Graham asked if I just pulled this spreadsheet together, and the answer is no. Ms. Gibbons and Mr. Irwin have put this together, and I just made some edits to it so that it would be useful for this conversation. So this is a list of positions, and I will print this over the lunch break and give it to all of you so you can look at it, but I thought it might be helpful just to walk through it. So it shows the division, the department, and whether or not it's included in the budget that's being presented to you or an option, and the year and how it's funded. And so the majority, if you remember the very first one of these meetings where I was sort of giving the externalities and the things that we're facing, we're behind on upgrading our corporate services department, largely because those are funded from taxes. So that's the lion's share of positions. There are several options in municipal infrastructure, mostly around sustainability. Sorry, this is down as an option, and that is wrong. So I need to fix that. This is actually included. But you'll see here, okay, thanks, I'll fix that. That's corporate neutral, or those are cost neutral. And then there's the municipal services options. And so this will also change the numbering. So there's 6 as I've got it, but 2 of them are wrong. Anyway, I'll fix it and so that the print copy you get is accurate. But what this shows at the bottom is 6 positions in 2025, but 2 of them are part-time. And that does not include the 12 months of fire. That's in addition. And then there's 4 options for you to consider. And again, that's wrong. I'll fix it. But in 2020, and then same for 2026. 2 of those are part-time though. But the 4 does not include the 4 in fire that will go to full-time, right? And then 1 option for you to consider. And then there's also livability. So there's also the work, and Ms. Rogers will speak to this afternoon, the livability positions. And again, 2 of those, so there's 6, but 2 of those are part-time. And 1 of those part-time is attached to the communication one up above that's half funded from taxes. So you have to add them all together, right? There's the full-time and then part-time in each year. And I need to update the numbers, but this is.
And there needs to be a removal of the business registry coordinator from the livability.
Well, it's linked to livability, yes, right, so you're right. I'm gonna keep it under livability because that's why we're bringing it on, but the funding source is different, so I will fix that. But this, just to roughly answer the question, and I'll print this and give it to you after the break. Okay. That's it from me unless there's questions, and then we can.
That's super helpful.
Yep, sure. The return of the Sally
There was an
draft.
earlier, before we started today, and this reminded me of it, just ballpark, what's our full-time number of employees, or like the number of employees that we have? And I know it fluctuates based on seasonals and that sort of thing, but.
I'll get a report because it has changed.
Okay.
I think we're looking at full-time
I can tell you that in the summer at the height of seasonals, when we have park seasonals and summer camp seasonals, and in the highest peak was over 200 people were paid in one pay period, or over 400, excuse me. Over 400 people were, but that includes part-time, casual, seasonal.
Just helps put this all in context.
Yeah.
6 positions, if you have only 12.
Is a lot.
Is a
Yeah.
lot, but 6 positions, if you have 300, is a different story. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I will move then that we go, let me just see the agenda here, there's actual reasons here. I move that the Finance Committee close the meeting to the public to prevent disclosure of, 1, information that could reasonably be expected to reveal advice, proposals, recommendations, analysis, or policy options developed for the town in accordance with Section 24, Sub 1, Sub A of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act, and 2, information that could reasonably be expected to reveal pending budgetary decisions in accordance with Section 24, Sub 1, Sub G of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. So we will give a moment.
So are we also going to close in paid parking at this time too? No. Okay, great. All right.
Let's only take an hour, so let's come back at 1:20. Okay, we're back. And just opening up the agenda. We're now moving on to the D2, paid parking program delivery. Mr. Mackay, back to you.
I just got one update over the lunch break. Our current active number of employees is 325. Again, part-time, casual, term, seasonal, and full-time.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll jump right in. Really, the intention of the first paid parking presentation is to supplement what was distributed as part of the package, so the briefing on paid parking and some recommended changes there. And then following that, would recommend we go into a closed session to talk about a few other items that are listed on the agenda. So we'll start with the public piece first. So paid parking, a management tool for the town of Canmore that was implemented in Quarry Lake, that area in 2021, the town center in 2022. And then more recently, Council, the Finance Committee worked on approving the paid parking revenue allocation model, which directs funds towards program costs, the cost of delivering transit service, the Rocky Mountain Heritage Foundation, a co-owner of the Quarry Lake lands, the Town Center Grant Program, and the Integrated Transportation Management Reserve. So a few places where those funds go. The intent really of the presentation here is to give you an update on utilization. And one of the guiding principles we've used when recommending program changes or rate changes has been the utilization of our parking spots during peak times. And so this graph here shows peak time utilization data on weekend days. So during the peak times, during the day, and peak times a year certainly are highlighted here by month. And so what we see is May, June, July, August, and September have all exceeded that 80% threshold on the weekends. Whereas previously we had a couple of those months that were just getting close or just peaked over that 80% threshold during peak times. We also, this past year, operated during peak time with a reduced midweek rate, weekday rate. And so I wanted to show you this graph here, which shows that during the peak time on weekdays, we're now exceeding that 80% threshold in both July and August, as well as seeing year-over-year growth in May, June, September, and October. So the trend there continues to be towards higher utilization during peak time. Use of the resident parking permit has remained relatively steady over time. So resident parking permit holders account for approximately 34% of transactions and 29% of overall minutes used as part of the paid parking program. So while there have been a few year-over-year fluctuations, it's been pretty steady compared to the upward trend in utilization that we saw on the previous graphs. Really what this says is that our resident parking permit holders tend to stay for shorter periods compared to non-residents. Resident parking permit holders tend to stay for shorter periods compared to non-residents. Okay. Yeah. So I would suggest that likely indicates someone needs to make a quick trip to do an errand, and that if they're making a longer trip or staying in the downtown for a longer period of time, I would expect that they're more likely using fare-free transit or have shifted their mode in some form. Sure.
Yeah, thank you. And this is a question of curiosity within the program itself. Based on our resident parking permits, how many hours of unutilized parking time is left on the table by our residents?
I don't have that stat handy.
Is that even a thing that
I'm sure, I would imagine that we could calculate it, so just to make sure I understand the question. So for example, today I walked
Yeah.
here.
So
And-
you would be using 0 of your 3 hours.
Right. And if we all walked, we could add up all our 3 hours, and you'd like to know that number?
And it's not important, it's just interesting.
Sure.
Just how much parking do residents leave on the table?
I'd imagine I'm sure we could calculate it.
I leave lots on the table.
Does it actually help us know?
No, I've made,
anything now?
I prefaced that quite clearly. It's not something it's, don't run to your desk,
Don't
don't
change
even
policy for this.
walk quickly. I'm just, if that's something, I'd be curious to see how much.
Sure.
Just be interesting to know.
Okay, yeah, we can take that one away, but I won't run or walk to my desk.
No.
But, I mean, look, what I'm just saying, though, is that if a person typically only would have gone downtown once a week
Yeah.
to go to the bank, that's the only thing they actually went downtown for, they're not really leaving parking on the table.
They're leaving part of their allotment on the table, and that's not a negative thing or
But
a positive thing, it's just a thing.
they never needed it, right? Because
Right.
their habits were there, so you're not really, if you're not, yeah, so like, that's what I'm just saying, is like, it's a weird number. I don't think it would really tell us anything, but.
You don't even want to know the questions that come up in my mind at 2 o'clock in the morning that really have no relevance to the operation. Yes. You know what I'm talking about, exactly, so.
I mean, the question is, does it have a value? Like, and if it's not used, and if it does have a value, then we might want to track it, and if it doesn't have a value,
No, I
then
understand, and maybe it's just
it's interesting.
there. It could be easy,
You know,
it might be hard. If
Like-
it's hard, don't do it. If it's easy, I'm curious.
maybe the suggestion there is that if we were to see more parking being left on the table, and at the same time, an increase in transit ridership,
Yeah.
an increase in folks riding their bikes, an increase in folks walking, it could be a data point that would be useful in quantifying the impact of our move towards mode shift.
Yeah.
I have two questions. One, is there any way to distinguish employees of the downtown versus residents and their usage?
Only if an employee has purchased the, I guess there's the non-resident employee pass, so that would be a relatively easy way to distinguish. You could infer that some or a greater proportion of those who've purchased a monthly resident parking pass for the town center, but you couldn't say for certain that those individuals are employees. They may just
Oh, okay, yeah.
come down often and for long durations.
And have people purchased those two types of passes?
We certainly have had purchases. I don't have the exact stat in front of me, but I can definitely get that if it's of interest. I would say that we haven't seen, we're not bursting at the seam with applications or utilization of those
Okay.
pass types.
Yeah. And then if I use up my 3 hours and then I pay for parking, where does that show up in here?
That's what I want to know too.
Right? Because I'm paying for it, but I'm a resident with a pass. So I don't understand where that goes.
Again, we can get that as well. Perhaps it'd be helpful too, is if you're considering bringing something forward that's a change to the paid parking program,
Yeah.
it'd be helpful to know what change you're considering so that we can provide the data which would be useful to you in considering that.
So just to clarify that, though, with this graph here, wouldn't the 34% be the resident, whether they're paid or free? Like, that's time that they're,
I do believe it is.
Okay.
yeah.
I'd want to I'll confirm that, but I do believe it accounts for minutes used.
Good.
So yeah, if that includes their paid time and the 3 hours. And I think for me, I really want to understand how changes to the rates affect people who work downtown. And so when you work downtown, you have multiple options, you can bike, you can walk, you can drive, take you 3 hours and pay for 5. You can park out in where the resident permit things are free. If you work at night, you might make different choices, and depending if you're female or not, and where you work and that, so, just trying to understand, and through a livability lens, an affordability lens.
Sure. What I would suggest is, you've probably seen the briefing note and the 2 recommended changes to the program. We're not recommending changes in rate to the non-resident town center employee pass. So that there's no rate change recommended there, nor is there a rate change recommended to the resident town center parking permit. So if employees are purchasing those,
Okay.
there's no rate change being brought forward for Finance Committee at this time.
Yeah, and maybe this is obvious, but I'll add to that, resident doesn't necessarily mean worker.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Looking at the resident rate to extrapolate to workers, yeah.
No, I know, and because I think they're 2 different groups who
Yeah.
use the downtown differently, and I kind of want to understand how that works.
And I think to Mr. Mackay's point, the best way to look at workers is either the residents have options and then through that non-resident pass,
Yeah.
which we're not recommending changes to. Yeah.
I think we used to get in the past how much residents paid in fees for paid parking. We used to get that stat, I believe.
Yeah, it was I'd say proportionally a small, quite a small number, so we can certainly pull that as well. I would say it wasn't hugely impactful to the overall revenue generated by the program.
I don't recall it being. And can you remind me of the peak season?
Yes, mid-May to mid-October.
So May 15th.
I recall that it was about $100,000 from resident, because I did the calculation based on that, and I'm actually a percentage point at that time. Or percentage, at 1%. So.
I mean, we can, and I think there's lots of great stats questions. We can certainly bring forward more detailed stats. I think for me, it's helpful to know what you're looking to potentially move forward, so we bring you the best possible stats we can. And since we're not recommending changes to some of these aspects of the program, we didn't prepare those stats in advance.
Right.
So that brings me to the 2 recommended program changes. So the first is to adjust rates in alignment with utilization trends, so the previous graphs. And then the introduction of a commercial vehicle parking permit in 2026. And so I'll speak briefly about the rate adjustments that we're recommending to the peak season. So in the peak season, we've seen a sustained trend of increasing utilization year over year, which doesn't appear to have materially been, I guess, that trend continues despite some rate increases that you've made during previous cycles. Weekday utilization in the peak season is now exceeding 80% in both July and August, and has continued to increase in May, June, and September. And so that's led us to recommend changes to the peak season rates. So instead of a split rate between, I would say, weekday and weekend and holiday hours, to move to a $5 per hour parking rate during the peak season is the recommended change there. Just for completeness, I've included the current rates, which we're recommending remain unchanged for the low season, or the off-peak season.
What kind of utilization is there in terms of the day, the hours of the day? So like, like 6 to 8 p.m. versus before 6 p.m.?
Sure. The peak periods, like the peak time of day, is what the graphs are based on, which is a product of the integrated transportation or parking management plan, as far as measuring that period. And we use between a 12 and 3, depending on the day and the patterns. That's the period when we see the highest utilization.
I'm a visual person, could we get a graph of that utilization through the hours today?
I'm sure I can ask the paid parking team for that. It's likely variable, so probably you can't have one graph that represents every single day, but it can give you an idea of what that utilization looks like.
That would be helpful, thank you.
What would the maximum be? Like, isn't there a maximum on parking right now? It's $3 an hour, or, yeah, $3 an hour to a maximum of, or is it, no maximum?
Don't believe there's a maximum, no.
Okay. Thought so, otherwise, okay.
Okay, so if these rate changes, these rate changes would need a finance committee motion in order to implement. And we anticipate the adjustment would generate an additional $700,000 in annual revenue on top of what's included in the draft budget currently.
Are there any recommendations for Quarry Lake?
No.
Or stats on Quarry Lake?
That group has looked at Quarry Lake, but isn't recommending rate changes to manage usage up there.
Thank you.
Are there any new areas for paid parking in 2025 and forward?
2025 and forward. So the only, I would say, new area, which isn't necessarily an area, but is the commercial vehicle piece that we'll chat about here in just a minute.
What about like
There-
Old Canmore Road?
Yeah, there is a capital project under engineering for parking management, I think it's called. And it is exploring areas for expansion of paid parking to Old Canmore Road. Sorry, I can't recall the others off the top of my head, but it's in the project sheet. Yeah, trailhead parking, yeah.
Exploration, though, as opposed to. Yeah. Okay. I'll keep moving then to the commercial vehicle piece. Sorry, I seem to be stuck here. There we go. So another program change we're recommending is the establishment of a commercial vehicle parking permit. So there's been observations that businesses have been using public roadways, perhaps on an increasing basis, to store commercial vehicles. In some cases, it's leading to residential congestion in certain areas. And while some enforcement does occur, it's primarily related to the 72-hour traffic and road use bylaw, where you can't leave your vehicle on the street for more than 72 hours without moving it. So there's some enforcement that does occur around that. But we're suggesting that the use of public roads for the storage of commercial vehicles could be subject to a permit fee, because some businesses have parking lots, land, et cetera, where they store their commercial vehicles, and others are able to do so on the public roadways. It's a big estimate with a big error bars around it as far as the amount of additional revenue this could generate. The pricing's the same as the town center monthly permit to come up with this estimate, but we don't have high confidence with the number of vehicles that would participate in that. So this estimate represents approximately 40 vehicles year-round, but we'd need to see how such a permit would impact usage patterns, if individuals with commercial vehicles would find other spots that might be slightly less convenient, or see this as a good opportunity to contribute and park their vehicles on the road.
So I'm just trying to understand some of the details of this. So if someone bought one of these permits, they could then park their commercial vehicle on any roadway in Canmore for 72 hours? Or for like, or just talk me through that piece, because I just have because I feel sometimes it's like everyone's putting their stuff by the yard.
Sure.
Because, oh, no one's going to complain, but all of a sudden if you have a permit, you can say, well, I can park it anywhere I want now. And if I see like a flying pigs truck, like on the middle of Hospital Hill Road, I'm like, I don't know. I'm just understand.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing we can certainly consider if this were to be implemented. The intent right now is to see if this is a program adjustment that the Finance Committee would like to see made. Part of the reason why this is recommended for 2026 implementation is to give us time to make sure we fine-tune those details.
I would say, I wouldn't imagine we're gonna allow it to just happen anywhere. Part of what we're trying to do is address what is happening where we know it's happening. So we wouldn't open it up and say you can park anywhere. What we're trying to do is get a sense of how many vehicles are actually not moving every day, and also in the places where it's becoming an issue to start to try to manage it. But it wouldn't be to allow proliferation everywhere. I mean, you know, to use your example, Flying Pigs could come and park on Hospital Hill overnight, but they need to move it within 72 hours, right? So there's it's not a fully developed program, but it's meant to be addressing the issue where we believe it's happening, yeah.
Yeah. I think you addressed that, you said 40 vehicles, but that would mean that if I had a business and I have 20 vehicles, I have to have a permit for each vehicle.
Correct.
I want to confirm that.
Yep.
Thank you.
So, as I think about this, and I know I might be getting a little bit into the weeds, but I need to go there to determine whether or not this is something I'd like to support or not. It seems to me that you would have to be banning certain types of vehicles on those roads unless they have a permit. So then the 72 hours thing doesn't even come in. Because otherwise, if you just keep moving it, you can just always comply with the 72 hours and never need a permit. And we're actually not doing anything to change the problem or change the circumstances.
Sure, so just, let me know if this answers your question. So currently, you could leave a vehicle, a commercial vehicle, or any vehicle, really on the roadway for 72 hours without moving it.
Yeah.
But you need to have moved it,
Yeah.
you know, by the 73rd hour.
Yeah.
What this would do is this would say if you're going to run a business and you're going to use public streets to store your fleet, even if it's a fleet of one, there's a fee associated with that.
Right.
And similar to the resident parking permit, you would
So if
still
you
need-
don't have one, you're just not allowed to park it on the street for any duration.
Unless you're delivering service to
Yeah.
the, you know, maybe you're a plumber, you park in front of the residence that you're delivering service to, you deliver your service, and then you carry on.
I'm almost wondering if it's just a better idea to just say, look, there is no parking of business vehicles on the street longer, you know, overnight, unless you have a permit. Or having a place that's designated for them, and the only reason you could park there is if you have a permit. You know, because I'm not certain it's gonna solve the problem of congestion. That's the problem.
Yeah, so I I don't think we're gonna design the program today. And I know that's not the intent, but I think what we're trying to flag for council is that if you're interested in this, we'd need some direction to go and develop it and bring it back. I believe it's not expected to be implemented till 2026, correct? So, and you could put parameters around that or options you'd like to see us bring back, but it's really about, and if you don't want it, then you don't have to do anything and we won't move it forward. So, you know, we have not fully designed it. We're trying to flag that we would need the 2025 year to deal with those kinds of nuances.
And
Yeah.
I guess I'm just trying to decide, like, should I be having to design a program to put that forward if I don't agree with this one? But I do agree something needs to be done. So by not supporting this doesn't mean I don't, mean something else, I don't want something to be done. You know, so that's
Okay.
where my thinking is.
Yeah, okay, I think that's helpful as far as the disagreement is with the tactic of a permit, or it's in the details of how that permit is administered. Okay.
Is that correct, It's in the details? That's what you're saying, it's in the details? Or that you don't like a permit?
Possibly, there's a way of doing it with a permit that is,
Yeah.
that, like, I really wouldn't support, and then there's probably a way that a permit's part of it. So, like, that's the thing, is like, I'm not hearing banning vehicles overnight, because they'll likely just move to someplace else, you know? And
Right.
is the problem that we have big trucks parked on our residential streets, and we should just maybe say that's not allowed?
Yeah, I'm actually trying to figure out if this is a permit approach or if this is a bylaw approach. Because there's two different things happening. We've got big trucks or little trucks, vehicles that are permanently being stored on, in many cases, commercial streets down in the industrial park. But then the other side of that, and I see that in your neighborhood, and I see it in mine, I'm an example of it. My husband drives a truck that says Spring Creek Mountain Village on the side of it, right? And so that's he needs access, in his case, access to that car 24 hours. But in other cases, if say you're working for a plumbing contractor, your boss is like, I don't have a place to store that, so you're taking it home. So now you're taking that home, which you can't use on your own personal time. Plus you've got your own personal vehicle, which you need to store. And so maybe the answer is less about putting together a permit system and more of a, if you have a commercial vehicle, it cannot be parked on the street for more than 24 hours. Like commercial, and then that deals with it needs to move, and the owner of that truck or that vehicle needs to find a place to store it on the weekends. And I know that's tricky, I think there's actually two different things going on.
Yeah.
And two different effects.
And there might be an element of both that are
Yeah.
needed. And it may be that you differentiate between different types of commercial vehicles. Like pickups are,
Whatever.
they gotta move, but a vehicle of a certain size or a certain
Yeah.
axle width or whatever, you gotta find a place for this that's not a public
Yeah,
storage
totally.
area, something like that. So like, yeah.
It's kind of tricky.
I think there's a few more comments, but I might just, if I could just add at this point to say, I think it's helpful for administration to, at least what I'm gleaning from the conversation, is there is interested in implementing some sort of management tool around this. And while it's somewhat informal, I feel as though that we can take that away and consider a few options as to what best tool.
I think we should get a motion.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you need a motion if that, and it might not be that it's this, but if what council wants is for us to come back with something in 2025 around managing commercial vehicles, I think when you're deliberating, and it'd be helpful to have that as a motion. Because there's a lot of nuance here, and it may not, I don't think
Okay.
we should walk away and develop a program based on a conversation.
Is
Yeah.
this a finance committee
doesn't-
motion? That
well,
because of its development program that may not,
I think we're suggesting this as an option, if council wants to, but you don't have to take any of our
I'm
options,
just
or
wondering
you
if
can
it should be
create
coming
others.
from council instead of finance committee.
Oh, yeah, well, it has budget, I don't know, I don't know. Because it depends on, we've included this because it would include potential revenue. If what you want is a bylaw change, as Councillor McCallum was talking, then you're right, it's not a finance committee thing.
It's feeling very council-y.
Well, and this, I guess, is why I'm suggesting we don't take it away. I think we need clarity on what it is we're supposed to report back on, because it is very different mechanisms. So, I guess it's over to you to, when you deliberate, on what kind of direction you want to give.
So Tanya, then Wade, and then Jeff, and then Jeff.
Oh, I'm good.
Okay.
That was me, sorry.
I think as the discussion kind of progressed, the additional layer of like managing commercial parking throughout the entire community is different than sort of trying to manage identified locations where commercial parking is happening now in a way that is very noticeable and is creating congestion. I know that the general neighborhood parking levels and the need to manage that, to me, is not the same priority and is slightly different. I also, on that, I don't yet know what the goal is, because if we want businesses to have to build parking lots to store their vehicles on weekends, is that the best use of land in our community too? Like, what are we trying to manage, and how in our neighborhoods is different than what I think that I see happening on places like Elk Run. So those are, to me, those might be two different things, but they do both fall under commercial vehicle parking management. And so that's all was in my mind.
I think one has the potential of bouncing down to the other, and that's why I brought up the two.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, I see that.
So if what I'm hearing is administration's looking for direction on whether or not to investigate this issue. And if so, does that not require resources that should be approved or not approved at
De-
finance?
Developing a plan, what we would do is put the revenue in the budget for 2026, and then we would have to develop the plan and let you know if additional resources. I think the assumption is the plan could be developed in-house with current resources.
And perhaps as part of a, we haven't gone through capital yet, but an existing capital plan, capital item, as far as parking management, could be used to address some of this.
Yeah, I'm keen to look at a plan to investigate this. I have no idea whether that is the one I want to get behind.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, could this just be a workshop? Because it feels very workshop-y to me. Just something that we could have a workshop and discuss all of these potential options. Because again, I don't know if there's really a way to give proper direction right now, because I can think of like 10 different ways I'd run or have a program like this implemented. And there's a lot of parts that create a lot of random offshoots of what downstream effects and things. So to me, this feels like I'm not sure if that's just more of a council workshop type thing and explore later or what, but that's just my thought.
Yeah, this assumes we want to monetize the situation. That might not be the situation. We might just want compliance. So we're kind of bouncing around all those pieces. Right?
So where I'm landing with this is, since this isn't going to be an immediate thing, it would be like 2026, something would have to be developed. I think that this is a good discussion for actually agenda review to determine if we're going to put a motion on the table at some point. It doesn't need to be part of the budget process. Or schedule a workshop or something like that. Okay, so let's park that, and hopefully somebody's captured that that's going to be discussed in an upcoming agenda review.
It's good, yeah.
Yeah, let's park that, yeah.
With that, what I've hoped to do here is to provide you with really two amendments to the paid parking program for you to consider before you get into deliberations. So certainly reach out if you need a hand with a motion or if you have additional questions. Otherwise, from my standpoint, I'd recommend taking the meeting into a closed session to provide a few other updates on paid parking.
And I think we'll want to stay in closed session for the ATE update. So it's actually one closed session, but those two items.
Okay, so this will be D2 and D3, so I will read them accordingly. Are they the same? 16:1. Okay, in that case, I just need to read one of them. I move that the Finance Committee close the meeting to the public to prevent disclosure of business information of a third party in accordance with Section 16 Sub 1 of the Freedom of Information and Protection Privacy Act, and information that could reasonably be expected to interfere with contractual and other negotiations of the town in accordance with Section 25 Sub 1 Sub C Sub 3 of the Freedom of Information and Protection Privacy Act. All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Okay, and we are back. We are no longer in a closed session, and now dealing with the automated traffic enforcement program, verbal report. Obviously, there's been changes afoot in the province in the last few days, and as we've noted on our website, ATE operations have been paused. And so, Mr. McKay, are there, if one was interested in exploring options for enhancing traffic safety and enforcement, what would you or not recommend, but what are the options that are out there?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Krauser, for the question. I mean, I would say there's three options. One is to maintain our status quo, which, to remind the Finance Committee, we began, had community peace officers carrying out moving traffic enforcement through 2024. And so they've been issuing tickets, and that's a new service. It was previously offered many, many years ago, and then we didn't offer it or provide it for quite some time. And so that's now being offered. Staff have served 381 traffic violation tickets between January 1st, 2024 and October 30th, 2024. And it makes up approximately 20% of their time. So that was a change that was made previously. If the Finance Committee and Council believes that additional traffic enforcement would be in the best interest of the community, there are, I guess, two options there. One is to increase resources, and that could be in the form of hiring an additional community peace officer to serve as traffic enforcement, and that becomes what they do, is they're the traffic enforcement peace officer. We'd anticipate that there'd be some startup costs associated with that, and so it would certainly be a tax call initially to get that person onboarded and up and going, and then we would likely do around $116,000 in revenue per year, be our rough estimate at this point. And our costs would be in the neighborhood of $144,000. So there would still be a funding requirement, but yeah, it's certainly you'd be receiving additional service for that.
So there'd be eventually it'd be offset to a large degree by revenue, but there would still be a small portion of costs that would need to be covered.
Yeah, we would need to see exactly what the ticket patterns were like. It's difficult to know exactly how many violations would take place on a given day and throughout the year.
Okay. And as far as the photo radar reserve, are all of those funds now spoken for?
In the draft budget, they're allocated to offset the RCMP costs in 2025, and then that reserve fund would be fully depleted. It wouldn't be available for 2026.
Okay.
So option, I guess, one for increasing enforcement would be to hire a new community peace officer, so an additional staff for traffic enforcement. Another option would be to ask the RCMP to bring on additional resources for traffic enforcement. Because the RCMP have, I guess, different requirements compared to a community peace officer, we'd anticipate costs there to be in the neighborhood of $175,000 for the RCMP officer. The same amount of revenue, so $116,000. So a net of approximately $60,000 is what would be the, I guess, required to provide that type of service. And then there's a third option, which is to dedicate existing staff to traffic enforcement. So essentially, currently community peace officers, when they go about their duties, they dedicate some of their day to moving traffic enforcement. But if they get a call of higher acuity or something that's of greater community concern, they then won't do traffic enforcement. They'll respond to that call. But we could dedicate an existing resource. It would mean that service for other types of calls, we wouldn't maintain that service level.
Right, and then if you had one dedicated person and the others didn't have to then dedicate their time, they may do some, but they, you know, you'd really only have that service when that one person is working.
Correct. It's possible if there's a really egregious violation that occurred in front of a community peace
Yeah,
officer.
they can still do it, but, right, okay. All right, so there's some things out there that we can consider. Does anybody have any questions? Councilor Graham?
Didn't we currently do 24 hours a week of enforcement for ATA? Wasn't that the number?
Yes, 24 hours a week.
So we need a full-time position to cover that 24 hours?
They're quite different, I would say,
Agreed.
services.
Agreed.
I would also suggest that there's other tasks that go along with issuing tickets, that the actual enforcement period
Yeah.
might be 24 hours, but they also have administrative work, potential court appearances, training.
Agreed.
So there's quite a bit that goes along with that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, well then let's move on to item D4, Livability Tax Program.
Yeah, which I think you were alluding to, that it's 24 hours of enforcement. So, yeah, you were on there. Always.
All right, we're moving on to, I would say, phase 2 of our budget discussions related to the Livability, pardon me, Tax Program. We do have a closed session portion of the discussion towards the end of the presentation, so we'll go through the public portion now. So at our last discussion, Finance Committee had asked for us to update the illustrative property tax impact to show what the property tax impact might be at various incremental levels and exclude the education portion of the taxes. So we've done that here, and we've included what additional taxes on the 761,000 median assessed value condo would be at 0.25, 0.3, 0.4, and 0.5, and then have done the same for the median assessed home detached dwelling unit. Our median assessed value is just over $1 million, but you could probably extrapolate from that for every million of assessed value based on last year's tax rate at these various collection levels. That's what we'd be looking at.
So, this is based on our assessed value, but we can assume that, just for illustration purposes, that if we chose the first option of 10.1%, or on this one, oh, never mind then.
Okay, but I can.
No, actually, no, I think that's it. I've got, yeah, so if, say, we chose the first one arbitrarily, as assessed value grows, this number, the corresponding collected dollars will grow as well over time.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so this next slide, we've just expanded, provided a few more options. We had previously done 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, so we've included a couple of extra options for you based on the discussion at our previous Finance Committee meeting. Sorry. We've revised the budget based on the two motions that were made at Finance Committee last week. So just a reminder, we moved the 0.5 half-time business registry coordinator position out of the livability tax budget and to the economic development budget. And we added $250,000 repayment essentially for the startup funds for Partners in Affordable Housing. And so this is the revised budget amount. Just a bit more detail on transfers. So we had discussed, and I had a dyslexic moment and transposed my numbers. So I think when I presented it last week, we showed the repayment of the general capital reserve at $178,500. It's actually $187,500. We've proposed that be repaid to the general capital reserve over 4 years. And then, as I just spoke to, the general operating reserve is where we took the $250,000 from for the Partners in Affordable Housing. And then the bottom line is how much would be transferred to the livability reserve once all expenses and other transfers have occurred. Then we had some discussion about how these funds collected would be used. I think there's been a number of questions around that. So we have pulled together a draft capital plan, just trying to illustrate the types of affordability or livability initiatives that could be funded from these tax collections. So the top few in italics, we just reviewed as part of the budget, and then I can just go through the rest of these projects for you. So we included the potential for Canmore Community Housing to make a requisition request increase. We also added a line anticipating some program growth for them. And then we are still working with Canmore Community Housing on their development of 100 Palliser Lane. And the funding support that would be needed from the town is $12 million. And there are a number of different ways that we could approach that. Some of that funding could come from this Livability Tax Program. We could take debt, we could guarantee a loan for them. We're still working out the mechanics of that, but did want to illustrate that amount as that's required in 2025.
So
Go ahead.
just on that amount, funding like that is something that goes out and then comes back in, probably within a 2 to 3 year window. And so would it be accounted for in here? Because then you can actually make use of
We
those-
hadn't yet.
Make use of those funds again.
Yeah.
For example, if it went out in 2025 and came back in 2028, oh, there's a Palliser pedestrian crossing. So we can actually do more than.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. We're not exactly sure on the timing of when those funds would come back, which is why we hadn't included it yet. There
Right.
still are a number of questions, but likely once that property is largely complete and,
And once you transfer a firm or construction
That's
loan
right.
to
Yes.
the
Mortgage.
mortgage
yeah.
finance.
So again, depending on how that 12 million is structured in funding, a portion of that would come back in that way, yeah.
I would say it might come back. It would depend totally on how you financed that project. It could.
Well, I
So
would.
actually,
we're-
in our
yeah.
discussions with CCH, that is meant to come back.
Yes.
Well,
Like, we went through the full capital stack at our last CCH meeting.
The idea isn't to subsidize that
No.
housing to this extent.
To
It's-
bridge,
It's
yeah.
about seed money.
Yes,
Okay, okay.
correct.
Yeah, it's part of their capital stack in terms of the construction financing, but not, and that's,
Yeah.
Not their long-term financing.
yeah. But I would also note that by doing it through this route, as opposed to cashing in our investments, we save $800,000. Based on what you've said to us before, Ms. Givens, Richardson.
Sorry, could you run that past me one more time?
By using $12 million from the Livability Reserve, as opposed to cashing in town investments to do that, we save about $800,000 in servicing costs.
Yeah, so the 800,000 was a quote that we'd been given at a point in time from our investment manager when at a previous point, I thought we would actually have to liquidate bonds that we currently have invested. Knowing this request was coming, I have been sitting on more liquid cash investment types, I'll say, anticipating this request. And additionally, it'll depend on when this collection.
But the number that,
Actually
the
happens.
roundabout number we're talking about is, whether it's 900 or 700.
There's still
around
opportunity
800,000.
lost, though, because we're
course.
not investing it in that way because of this request. So we just don't know how to quantify that more
Yeah, no, I
specifically.
Yeah.
And
It's
just to point out,
substantial savings to the municipality if you fund it this way as opposed through our savings, through our reserves.
some savings, I wouldn't say substantial. Unearned interest is still a loss.
Well, I don't know, $800,000 seems like a lot of money to me.
It does to me, too. I guess what I'm saying is if we're not investing, we might not have access to 500,000 or 600,000 that we would have had we invested, but I can't quantify for you specifically. Cashing in is one way that we would lose investment income. Not investing as aggressively as we normally would, we also lose.
Yes.
So that's the number, I'm
I
not
guess the
sure.
point I'm trying to
Yeah.
make, if we used then $12 million
Yeah.
from the livability reserve, then that's not even part of the conversation. That opportunity cost is not lost.
What I heard was,
Yes.
is that we're no longer necessarily cashing in bonds because Ms. Gibbons has, recognizing this is coming, has not
Right.
been investing it. So we may not have the cost of cashing the bonds, but there is an opportunity loss, cost.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and
Right
just to
now, Because
clarify,
we're actively not investing right now.
actively not investing it.
Oh,
so-
at this moment,
Yes.
okay.
Now.
So
We're
we could
losing money
actually
right
flip
now.
that right now
Yeah.
and
Right
start
now.
investing
That's
if we
right.
wanted to. Okay, so
Yes.
that was an active choice,
yeah.
not knowing how this was meant to shake out in
Exactly.
the long term.
Right.
Okay.
And then just to clarify, we don't currently have, we're not projecting in this first year in 2025 to have the full 12 million. We
Right.
won't,
I
well,
understand.
potentially, depends what
Yeah.
you decide in the next part of the conversation, but in the budget that I prepared, it doesn't have the 12 million. Anyway, that's for your consideration. We did also include a few projects that help advance transit and mode shift, and recognizing that in particular in Palliser, when that area structure plan was brought forward to you, we have less parking requirements in that development area, which would necessitate more use of transit. So continuing to help advance our local transit service supports affordability in an area that does not contemplate as many privately owned vehicles.
I would just add to that, transit contributes to affordability and therefore livability more broadly, just because of the high cost of private vehicle ownership. right? So
Yeah.
there's a strong link between having a functioning transit system that people will choose as an alternative to a private vehicle and affordability in that sense as well.
So again, included for your consideration here in 2025 is the design of a downtown transit hub with public washroom area. You've heard some of that through the Connect Downtown discussions, and then construction of that in a subsequent year. We have also included $100,000 for an accessory dwelling unit program. There was a similar program operated through Canmore Community Housing in the past. Didn't have significant uptake, but was not advertised and marketed as well as it likely could have been. So this is something that could either go through Canmore Community Housing, again, with a more broad marketing and sales communication approach, or potentially is something the municipality could take on. We haven't incorporated here the resources that would be required if the municipality led that function, but again, just wanted to flag for you on the capital side that that is an option, and we had projected that is something that could happen every year for a number of years in trying to increase the number of accessory dwelling units in the town. Go ahead, Mayor Krause.
Yeah, so a few comments. First of all, I recognize that this is very draft, and this is provided as an example of what could be used, and so we shouldn't, it hasn't been scrutinized to the level that I know it would over a period of time. So that was one comment. Another comment is, when I had thrown out there that instead of adding to the CCH levy on the tax bill, having increases covered by the livability reserve, my intent was actually ongoing. So like in 2025, if the increase is 285, then in 2026, it'd be the 285 plus the 32. And in 2027, it would be that number plus whatever the increase is. So I actually saw it as an ability to keep our current levy for everyone at one rate, and the increases for expanded resources of CCH, that it would be covered by this program. So just, that's a clarification, but I didn't make that motion yet because we were going to wait. And,
Yeah, and what we've incorporated here is what they had initially requested, rather than trying to predict
the future.
what they might be looking for. But your point is taken, it would apply or could apply
Yeah.
for all future years.
And then there are some things here like I love, actually, by the way, the thinking along the Stoneworks Creek mitigation, because that frees up the other half of the CCH land for development. So that's a really smart idea. There are things here, like when we say purchase of units at CRPS, would that be for resale, or would that be for use by, let's say, town staff as employee housing?
When we'd included that, we were thinking of building inventory of housing for town employees.
Okay, that's why it would be-
Historically, we've not had the same challenges that have faced other employers, and I think we've talked a few times over the last year or two that that's facing us as well.
So that's why it's probably
Yeah.
in the range of, depending on pricing, 5 or 6 units.
Yes,
ish.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because if it was for resale, obviously, that's another one of those things where using the funds to accomplish something, and then you recoup it and you can use
Yeah.
them again.
And that is another option
Yeah.
that council could consider.
Yeah, and then going back to my original comment around the 12 million, that's as we do provide seed money and perhaps not require debt, that then therefore doesn't affect our debt limit in that instance anyway. Of course, CCH debt does impact us, correct?
We can,
We can
we
scoop
can
it off.
request that to be waived so that the
Okay.
impact, but if we're taking debt,
Right.
you need to know how much debt you're responsible for
Yeah.
covering at the end of the day.
Great.
Yeah.
Those were my comments and questions.
Yeah, yeah, and I think just to build on the Stoneworks Creek mitigation piece there, so we do have town commitment. We have some grant funding for that work, but the town is also required to match or contribute to that funding. And really the purpose there is to deal with the steep creek hazards that exist that are currently preventing development of that land. And so the thinking there is if we can get that steep creek hazard mitigation completed, we can more quickly have access to development on property that we currently can't develop.
Right. And some of the things here too, like the Palliser pedestrian crossing, I imagine we'd be putting in for some grants too.
Yes.
And if, I mean, we have other unfunded projects, so it's always a balancing act of trying to find
Correct.
where best to use grant dollars.
Yeah.
But if a grant was applied to something like that, then those dollars could be used for something else, and they go further.
Yes.
Right?
Teresa, I just wanted to add, so the Stoneworks Creek flood mitigation absolutely frees up that large parcel of CCH land that the master planning work is currently being done for. It also, though, frees up the parcel of land that Stone Creek has for employee housing, which is another
Right.
800-ish units.
yeah.
So it is a substantial, objective. Yeah, it's important.
And we spent a lot of money on Cougar Creek, way more than that, so, $3 million is gonna, sorry, I lost the number.
It's 3 million, but again, that's only the town share. There's also federal and provincial grant funding as well.
Very different project.
I mean, Cougar
Yeah,
Creek
I
is
know they're
fully
very different,
developed.
I'm just-
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 And that's just the town portion.
So some additional items of note in future years. So in 2027, I think I had alluded to this last week when we spoke, the realignment of the current Alta Link line through Palliser. The town has a portion that we would be required to pay there. Doing that realignment would enable the building of an additional 200 units. So it's again, you could choose not to do it, but then we would have less units. And so in looking at something like this, what we're trying to do is enable the construction of as many units as possible, which is why we think that that would be a good use of that. We included as well large area land use intensification. So an opportunity to look at density options throughout Larch. And then we've got the design in 2027 and construction in 2028 of that Palliser pedestrian crossing, trying again to figure out timing of as development is occurring, when a pedestrian crossing would be necessary. It's again an access issue for that area of affordable housing. Pardon me. That we are anticipating that there might be some grants available, but we don't know yet what that would look like. And of course, any grants we would receive would offset how much the town would need to put in. That money then could be used for something else.
We are also, sorry, Teresa, to jump in on that, but in terms of other funding sources for the pedestrian crossing, we would anticipate that some of that would be off-site leviable with Stone Creek because it enables access for them as well. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we had in 29, again, timing on some is a bit difficult because it's quite far out and we're not sure of when development will come on stream. But we were thinking of affordable units that we could then rent out to staff, but there's certainly an option to resell those market units, generate additional revenue, reinvest it back in livability, and fund some other programs that come forward. And then design in 29 and construction in 2030 of a transit facility. As we continue to grow our transit service in Canmore, we do have requirements in this capital cycle to have a facility where we can store and maintain that fleet of transit vehicles. So just as a summary, over the 6 years, what we've pulled together there for you represents about 56 million, or annually just over 9 million. But again, things can happen in different years. We're trying to illustrate, pardon me, a bit more clearly for you what a capital plan could look like to fund livability and affordability initiatives from the revenue collected in the Livability Tax Program.
Okay, so we're now going to move to a closed session. I move that the Finance Committee close the meeting to the public to prevent disclosure of business information of a third party in accordance with Section 16 Sub 1 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, and information that could reasonably be expected to reveal pending budgetary decisions in accordance with Section 24 Sub 1 Sub G of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. All of those in favor? Carried unanimously. Yeah, I guess we need to go back streaming, and then we'll go to a break. Okay, we are back. We are out of our closed session.
No.
And before we can,
Actually, there and say it might be around this number.
excuse me, before we get loud, I just wanted to note, we're going to be back at 3:45, so we're only going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you. Okay, we are back from our break, and we are still on item D4, Livability Tax Program. And I believe that the task before us today is for the Finance Committee to recommend to Council, and thereby direct administration to come to Council with the total amount of budget per year that we'd be looking to raise through this program. The amount that has been used as an example only is around the 0.3%, which is raising about 9 million. But there has been information provided as to other amounts, what percentage that probably relates to, and there has been some suggestions of what options there could be. So I want to do two things. First of all, arrive at a number, and then secondly, also provide some feedback with regards to the sample options so that administration can start to get the flavor of the things that council is interested in the Livability Tax Program funding. So does anybody want to put out a motion and throw out a number that they would like to debate? Okay, Councillor Hillstead.
I'm going to throw out the current recommendation of 9 million. That's the current recommendation, and that's where my head is at currently. Again, it's a tricky spot at the moment because we are making some assumptions at how many primary residents and how many residential units there's going to be. So I think right now we're guessing 26% are residential, and so this number is based off of the examples I've been given are based off of that. That number could move up or down a bit. So that's where I would start, and the motion I will put forward is to accept the recommendation.
Okay, and that's to raise the $9 million per year?
Yeah.
All right. Speaking to the motion, Councillor McCallum, your lights, you don't want to yet?
Sure.
Okay.
I feel like we're playing whack-a-mole. This is great. My head was at the 9 million in the first, at the beginning of this discussion. But then I look at the list, in particular the CCH list that we need to accomplish particularly in the next 2 years, and the funds that'll be required, even if we're looking at what they require for, say, off-site levies or building permit fees, which they'll be coming to the municipality for, in addition to floating their construction cost ask, all important things to make that one housing project go, just one. And so I actually had in mind, after going through that exercise, a higher percentage, understanding that it's maybe not palatable to some, but knowing that it will get us closer to the goals that we have with our housing programs. And administration has done a great job of providing us a sample of what things are potential items that council could look at funding and financing. And it's a great list, and it doesn't even include any of the things that we need for 100 Palliser Lane. So I think I would be looking at a 0.5. And I would be proposing that for the 2025-2026, lowering that to the 0.4 in 2027-2028. Because we need bigger dollars to start and get some of these initiatives going, but then we will perhaps be able to level that ask out from that. So at this point, I wouldn't be able to support a 0.3.
Okay, so
Or $9 million, whichever
Yeah. So if somebody had just a simple, straight amendment that they'd like to propose to the motion, we can go that way. But given what you've described, I think people know where you sit.
Yeah.
And if this is defeated, then you're likely to put forward something that would resemble that.
Sure, and I wanted
Okay.
to do a 4-year sort of forecast. I think it's fair to let those ratepayers know what they're looking at as they move forward over the next 4 years, much like we allow our residential and business ratepayers know the same.
Good. And just to be clear, let's talk in the $1 million. When you said 0.5, you're talking about the $15 million budget rate?
Yes, and to point out, 0.5 is half of what the city of Toronto charges on their assessed
Yeah,
value.
and because it's a budget amount that will be raised, the actual percentage is probably gonna be in the range of that, but it might be a little bit less, it might be a little bit more depending on when the actual numbers come down, but we're looking at that budget number. Okay, so there's a vote against. Councillor, who was first? Councillor Graham. You guys are gonna say the same thing anyways. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
That's never gonna die.
I don't need to talk. Thank you, Your Worship. I too fall along the lines of Councillor McCallum here, and the $15 million was the number that I was looking for a bunch of reasons. We estimate that 26% of the homes in Canmore sit vacant on a significant percentage of the year. We have a 0% vacancy rate for rentals in the valley effectively. The Livability Task Force used the term, meaningful number, and that's obviously open for debate. But to me, that means to move the needle, and it means to move the needle in 3 different ways. To raise funds to increase affordability, and we've seen those projections of capital numbers, and they're significant. They're very significant, and they are not inclusive. Those are just ideas of what we have coming down the pipeline. I'm truly hoping that this program encourages people to rent out their homes, to take one room in your house and home a person in there at a minimum for 6 months. If this program has a rate that encourages that, and I believe a higher rate encourages that more than a lower rate, I think we move the needle on that. And then some people are going to sell their homes to potentially locals. I think that also moves the needle. Vancouver and Toronto both started at 1%. That's a $30 million ask in our books. And that, Vancouver decided to go to 3% after that. That's a $90 million ask in our books. I don't think starting at 0.3 is actually a meaningful enough number for me personally. I want to note that our top end for this is roughly 0.8, which would be, you didn't put that one on there for me. 25? Double the. Yeah, okay, anyways. 0.8 is probably the top end from what we think from an MGA regulated point. So we're nowhere near that top end. The other point that our consultants made when we brought this forward was not to just start low and increment up all the time, and that was a strategy that we didn't want to employ, and that we wanted to start at a meaningful number and be consistent with that. We have a lot of capital projects, and we need to fund them, and I'd like to see this number be at $15 million.
Okay, so are you proposing an amendment, or are you just saying that you're not supporting this one?
I'm going to propose an amendment.
proposing an amendment. So you're proposing that instead of 9 million, it's 15 million.
Yes, I would like to propose an amendment.
Okay,
where
we have
this
an
number is
amendment
not 9 million, it is $15 million.
Okay, we have an amendment on the floor to go to 15 from the 9. Speaking to the motion myself, that's too high, in my opinion. I certainly understand the sentiment behind it. Having been in the Livability Task Force as well, I understand meaningful to also mean was not punitive, was not excessive. I don't know if comparing to the rates in Vancouver and Calgary are helpful, since they're certainly beyond what we're contemplating. So yeah, I'm not prepared to go that high, especially since that puts the amount per residence at higher than they would be charged if they were a tourist home. I do believe that the commercial should be taxed higher than the part-time resident. So I was much more comfortable in the original range, so I will not support the amendment. Anybody else like to speak to the amending motion? You've been waiting, Councillor Ma.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I could support an amendment for 15 million. I think what happens here is we have got a lot of things that have to happen, and time is of the essence. And I'd rather front load a little higher in the beginning and then go down after a couple of years. Given the projects that we have on this list, I would like to see projects that are tangibly towards housing, and even looking through that lens. For example, 100 Palliser, that project alone could be $12 million to help us lift it to fruition, but that will also get us 144 units. But having that said, there's also some other big pieces where we can unlock some other portions of land for our community, and if we can unlock them sooner, that also gives us more runway sooner to get stuff done. And so I'd rather be bigger at the front and then drop down. So that's where, so I can support 15.
Okay, so what is being proposed is 15 straight across. There's the other part of going down. Either that would be for a later decision or a subsequent motion, if it's passed.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Councillor Hillstead.
So I won't be able to support it, as my original motion was 9. I'm still there. Again, just to the idea of lowering, that just generally never happens with taxes. Again, sometimes it does, but I think once you get to a spot, it's, a lot harder to lower it than you think. So if anything, I could see it increasing. But again, we don't even have numbers yet on exactly how many units. And every year that's going to change, because if people do sell and then sell to a primary resident, that number goes down. So to me, this is a healthy starting point. I think it is impactful. I think it isn't punitive. I think this is, as we go up higher, then it becomes more punitive. This, to me, yes, does it solve all of our problems right now? No. But I don't think it's also meant to solve all of our problems. It's supposed to be part of the solution. It's not a silver bullet that's going to just overnight, hey, we've done this now, we have a bunch of money, we can go out and do everything we need to do. But it does help us get started on those things. Like with the Palliser project, we're trying to get that off the ground, whether this happens or not. This definitely will help it, because we can use some of these funds towards that. But there's other projects that will come out of the woodworks potentially. So again, we've got a sample of things that we can do. But again, I also agree with Mayor Krausert that I want to be under that tourist home number. So I'm gonna not be able to support the amendment.
Councillor Mera.
Thank you. I also will not be able to support the amendment. I think, as Councillor Hillstead says, ditto for much of what he said, and I definitely would like to stay under the rate of the tourist home for sure.
Councillor Faubert.
Yeah, speaking to the amendment, it's not within the range that I was considering. I do appreciate a lot of the arguments behind it, though, and the debate. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the amending motion? Councillor Graham to close?
I don't know if I'm closing. Do you have anything to say?
Well, I would prefer to hear from Councillor McCallum if she wishes to speak before you speak again, just so we can move on.
So just a question through the chair to administration. So the tourist home rate is what, 0.4?
Tourist home residential, or the municipal portion was, of taxes in 2024 was 4,776 at that 761. So just above 0.4, the equivalent of the 0.4.
It's actually 3.1 times the residential is what it has been. So that's going by a different measuring stick, but yes, it's a little bit above what would be 0.4 here.
So I'm struggling because I feel like 0.3 is still not meaningful enough in terms of especially this first year, specifically this first year. And so, and I understand and appreciate the comparison to not wanting to go above the tourist home mill rate. And I hadn't really thought about it in those terms, so I appreciate that input as well. But, so I'm wondering, can I do an amendment to the amendment?
Yes, we are allowed to go
Okay,
from one
'cause
amendment to amendment. Yep.
oh, perfect, so then I'd like to do an amendment, and I guess, before I make the amendment, to the amendment, I would like to point out that we actually have, you all will have tools after this to determine how this can go up and down. You could create policy, Councillor Hillstead, when you're elected, after you're elected next October, that pins this number to a vacancy rate, right? You could say, okay, well, we'll make it this percentage until we're at a 0.02 vacancy rate. And then you could or you could pin it to the living wage number, or a mixture of those things. Those are all ideas in terms of, so just an answer to that, like it's just gonna go up and up or whatever. But, so I guess my amendment to the amendment is, so you're saying, your worship, that
9 million is the original, 15 million
is what was
is the amended,
proposed.
and then
But to be under, what
to be
is the
under
number
tourist
to be
home,
under the
you'd probably
tourist home
have to be
rate?
at least the 12 million to be under.
To be under the tourist home rate.
Yep.
Okay, I am going to amend the amendment to $12 million for the first 2 years, for 2025 and 2026, proposing that number go to 0.35 in 2027, 2028, noting that 2027, 2028 as projection, not approval.
So as I'm understanding, the amendment is to go from 9 to 15, 12 for 2 years, for 2025 and 2026, and then to 10.5 million as the total budget for 2027 and 2028.
Yes. And so the reason for that, as opposed to just doing 2025, and I want ratepayers to see, whether they're primary or non, to see that what the full intent of council is in terms of the long term, giving them that tax stability in their minds as to what it's meant to be looking like, and it gives administration some idea as to where our heads are at. Now, you will reaffirm those last 2 years, the year prior, the budget prior, so it could change, but I think that based on what I've heard around the table right now, that some of you are gonna get some of what you want in this proposal.
Okay, so the amendment to the amendments on the table, and that is to set the budget for the Livability Tax Program at $12 million for each of the first 2 years being 2025 and 2026, and then having a budget of $10.5 million per year for 2027, 2028. Who would anybody like to speak to that amending motion? Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. What's up?
Nothing.
Okay. I can support your motion, Councillor McCallum. Taxes do go down. I remember a tax called GST. It was 7% for a good chunk of my life, and now it's 5%, and that was a big one, and it shifted. I do like your strategy of saying, let's give some clarity on the first 2 years and give direction for the last 2 being a bit lower. While it's not as high of an amount to be as efficient towards building some of our initiatives as quickly as I would like, I do feel this is a nice compromise. And having said that, at 12 million at around 0.4%, give or take, it's not a zero-sum game. The people that are in this situation that have, that may be paying this tax, you're also investing in your community. So when you come here, you have a viable community to enjoy. And at 0.4%, I think that's pretty good.
You, Councillor Faubert, and then Councillor Merrill.
Yeah, at this time, I'm not prepared to support the amendment to the amendment. I think one of the things that for me is really important is that the fact that we're doing this and we are doing it with a sense of urgency and we are crafting this as we go is meaningful. And $9 million is not an insignificant amount of money. Any millions of dollars, any time we increase our tax rate and we take money from taxpayers, it's a meaningful amount. And I think it's really important when we do that, there's a responsibility around being very clear about how and what we spend that on. And I think that the fact that we are moving with great speed to ensure that this work gets done now, I would prefer to take a more conservative approach out of the gate with the 0.3 originally proposed at 9 million. Because there's still so much that still has to be worked out. And I think that there's so much good work in our capital plan and so many priorities and objectives that we could come up with. We could make a list of options and projects millions and millions and millions of dollars more than what we could conceive of today. And that it's not how much it's all gonna cost, to me is not is a factor, but it's not the number one factor to pin what we collect upon. Because the responsibility for funding these initiatives does not lie entirely at the feet of people who would be affected by the Livability Tax Program. It's also our whole community has a responsibility. I believe the provincial government has a responsibility. I believe the federal government has a responsibility. And so for those reasons, I think that I would prefer to stick with the original motion at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Merrill.
I appreciate Councillor McCallum's amendment to the amendment. After hearing Councillor Faubert, and I'm still mulling it in my mind, I do appreciate the fact of 25, 26 is the 12 million, and then 27, 28 is proposed that could in the future be 0.35, so we can signal to the community that we're willing to move in that direction, in community as in our part-time residents, and yet staying under that tourist home tax. So I just have to do a little more thinking on that.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak to the amending motion? Councillor Hillstead?
Thanks, Councillor Graham. I'm still going to stick with the 9. Again, there's just, because we haven't gone, because this is a brand new program, and we don't have those final numbers of, we're assumption of 26%, I'm not comfortable, because if if that number changes, then those percentages all change, and that's why I'm sticking with saying 9 million, because we don't know what the percentage is gonna be. This is a rough guesstimate at the moment, because this is our assumptions, but if all of a sudden we are only at 22% or something, that percentage grows, and if we're higher, then it goes less, but for now, I'm comfortable with the 9, and yeah, that's where I'm at.
Councillor Green.
I appreciate everybody's input on this one. It's a tough conversation. Councillor Hist, I'd like to just point out that I think you're comfortable with that tourist home rate. You've said that a couple times now, and that sits at that $12 million. Our first year is 13.2, and
That's just an
yeah,
option.
projections.
Yep, yep.
Our first year projection is 13.2, which leaves a $4 million gap right off the bat. And should the feds be involved? Absolutely. Should the province be involved? Absolutely. But here we are, and this is our choices right now. So Councillor McCallum, I can happily support your amending motion to my amendment at 4%. Sorry, $12 million.
Right, thank you. So the first thing I want to note is that this is the Finance Committee making a recommendation to council, giving some direction to administration what to bring back to us next Tuesday. There is a further opportunity at that point, after further reflection, to change those elements or bring a motion forward to change what is presented. What really resonates for me is that we are not putting the entirety of the issue that we're facing on the backs of one particular set. If you do not have a primary residence, I do firmly believe you should pay more, and significantly more, because we know that second home ownership is ultimately the reason that mountain communities with very limited land rents and high desirability globally, I should say limited land footprint and a high desirability globally, that ultimately it goes to the highest bidder, which is usually not somebody that needs to manage the local retail store or is a nurse in the ER and a teacher. So there's a reason for significantly more, but I also am concerned that we are looking at this one program to fund everything, and I do believe that there are some shared concerns, yes, or shared responsibilities. Yes, if you house a primary resident, that's why you would get less taxes, but that doesn't mean that your taxes don't go to support some of those initiatives as well. Also, the options that are provided, they're just options. In a moment, we'll talk to them. It may not be that number that we're comfortable with as some of those things come out, or it could be something different. It resonates with me, the uncertainty is the exact number that we're talking about, and we need to get more information. And I think that we need to go in strong, but also responsible in that we don't overshoot the target. It could inch up if we, based on information, it could inch up if we need to, or inch down, and we can adjust it based on information as it comes in. So I prefer to be a little bit more conservative in choosing that number out of the start as well. I do appreciate the coming in under the tourist home is still a little bit high for me to start, so I won't be able to support the amending motion. I think we've, to close?
Close, yeah. So I'd love to close. So Councillor Faubert, the reason why the term meaningful was used was not because it's an unmeaningful amount. The consultant, and you weren't part of those discussions, I understand that, but that the consultant basically said that if we're going to embark down this road, we need to do that with a meaningful number of dollars. So that is why that term was used. It wasn't because anybody here finds that taking $1 million from ratepayers is unmeaningful, because obviously that money doesn't go in our back pocket. A small amount of it does, but only for our time. And, you know, because of that, the meaningful amount is there, was brought up, is because you need meaningful dollars to be able to leverage dollars from the provincial government, from the federal government. You know, the land piece doesn't seem to cut it as much anymore with those bodies. So that is why I'm sort of pushing back on that statement. Yes, we are not the only person that is responsible for this. We know that. We've known that for a long time. We know that we've actually been taking the provincial government's responsibility for them for many, many years now, 20 some odd years. And they're happy to let us do it. And so if we are going to be tasked with continuing to have to do this work, then we need meaningful numbers of dollars to be able to do so. I totally agree that all ratepayers have a responsibility in this, and all ratepayers have been taking on the vast majority of responsibility in managing the costs of bringing on affordable housing, whether that's through displacement of priorities on other things that ratepayers, local ratepayers would like to do. And don't forget that owning a second home in Canmore is really a sign of great wealth in this day and age. I would argue that if you had a home that was paid off in Canmore, you're wealthy even if it's your primary residence, quite frankly. So I appreciate that everyone is sort of split and we're trying to be conservative, but that's actually not what we were recommended to do on the front end from our consultant. We weren't recommended to be conservative. We were recommended to be somewhat bold. And we could be bolder if we went with the 50.5, which is why I proposed the 0.4. And I fear, unfortunately, that $9 million in the first year is not going to do what we think it's going to do. But we have time between now and when council meets to change our minds or come up with different ideas. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to say two things. First of all, my recollection of what meaningful was being attached to a budget that was justifiable, and that it was really, the word meaningful came because there was one or two of those present that wanted to see it quite high, and there was a large resistance to going very high. So the importance of having some sort of a budget, having an idea what you're funding, that made it meaningful. Councillor McCallum has given me some reason to think further, and so I need a few more minutes before I'm ready to vote. And so, 5-minute break. we're back on. Okay, we're back. I just want to say, before calling the vote, that in my mind, the sweet spot was about 10.5 million. So a little higher than the original 9, but I could live with the 9. But this motion actually brings in the 10.5, keeps it under the tourist home, and does a little bit of a kickstart to the program. So I think I'll be supporting it. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, were you in favor? Yeah, okay. So that is carried with Councillors Hillstad and Faubert opposed. So now we're back to our main motion.
We have I'm sorry, I thought you said 10.5, which would be 0.35. So I made a mistake.
Oh, the amending motion on the table is the 12 million for the first two, 10.5 for the next two.
Sorry, that was my fault. I don't know.
Okay, so you're opposed?
I'm opposed, yes.
Okay, so the motion is carried with Councillors Hillstad, Mera, and Faubert opposed. So now we're back to the main motion, is as amended by Councillor McCallum. Would anybody like to speak to this motion? Okay, then the main motion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, so the motion is carried with Councillors Hillstad and Mera and Faubert opposed. So that's setting the amount. Once again, this is the amount that's directing administration to come back to council with, and council will then have another opportunity to address this on the 10th. The other thing that we need to speak to are some of the options as to whether there are any comments that we wanted to provide. I'll start. I am fine with the types of items that are on here that really relate to moving housing forward. And so those are, and there may be others, because these are just options, but for example, the support for the CCH at 100 Palliser funding, support for mitigations, or support for infrastructure that would be in support, mitigations to lands, because that opens up lands for development, Alta-Link realignment, that can open up another couple hundred units, those sorts of things. I'm not in support of things that would be a purchase, let's say, or the downtown transit terminal. For me, that doesn't work well, because that should be everybody's responsibility. If there is a transit extension to a certain area, perhaps if that facilitates the housing in a certain area, but not like a downtown transit terminal. Yeah, so those are the sorts of things that I would like to see in the budget. Would anybody else like to comment? Councillor McCallum.
Yeah, I am very much aligned with your thoughts, Mayor. I almost said Barrowman. Wow, sorry. Who are you again? Mayor Cowsert, that's right, my friend. I'm very much in agreement with you. I'd like to see projects that you can draw a direct line to housing and housing initiatives. So I love the idea of the ADU program. I'd like to see the name of the Larch project revert back to the Larch Area Redevelopment Plan. And I believe the transit initiatives, in terms of the infrastructure piece are really benefited by the entire community. So I would not be super keen on that. But, you know, maybe trying to compensate for some of the taxes that will be lost due to the new regulations from the provincial government on tax forgiveness on non-market projects. But yeah, I would like to be able to draw a direct line to housing for the first few years at minimum to start.
Thank you. Councillor Moss.
I'm definitely in support with where Councillor McCallum and your worship are coming from, especially the shovel-ready projects, such as our 100 Palliser Lane. I think it builds a lot of confidence in the program that we're doing for livability tax when the people that are helping with this program can see a tangible build come up as soon as possible. Thank you.
I would just add that the other sorts of things that I think about when looking at a budget such as this is that when there is something, let's say the town portion of 100 Palliser funding, that's some seed money that I anticipate will come back, and so those funds can be used again after construction, and the construction financing is taken out by traditional mortgage financing. So that's a way that these funds can, you know, actually compound in their effectiveness. And also, one that's not on here is something like the development that the town is looking to develop at some point in the near future, and that's with the mustache lands. Those sorts of things would obviously fit well as well. Councillor Graham.
Yeah, I'm in exact alignment with my colleagues so far. Direct lines to housing, yes, Rome and the like are affordability measures, but I want to see these lines drawn directly to housing, especially for the first little while, so we can get community support for this.
Okay, thanks. Any other comments on the options put forward? Councillor Hillsat.
I just echo many of the things that have already been said. Focus on housing, and some of those things are like with the AltaLink realignment. That's still a housing thing because it opens up way more space. So again, just for anyone that's looking at that realignment and thinking, what the heck? Yeah, so that just opens up way more land for both the town and for Stone Creek to put their employee housing on. So just things like that really help move the needle.
Yeah. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to comment on these options? Okay, well then we're done that section. We still have 25 minutes, so is the plan to just continue with partner and affiliate support, or was there any change that you were recommending, Dr. Kyle?
So we would be happy to continue. There's still a good bit to cover, but I also can appreciate there's been a big lift and a few people are looking done. So maybe we can check in with council. We have content, we're happy to fill it. We'll be as engaging as possible, or are folks just needing to be done?
I have a hard stop at 5 o'clock.
That's fine.
Personally, and I think we've done a lot of really good work today. I would be okay calling it good right now.
Okay. Any other comments, preferences?
Well, I'm curious, what is it we're missing? I'm looking at the agenda and I feel like, oh, partner and affiliate support, did that get, okay,
options.
my apologies. I was like, what am I missing? I'm looking at the end of the agenda and I see us there.
I'm wondering if these items will be best served moved to another day. Granted that I know that we have so much, it may mean that we need to
But this is the thing you guys
add some time or move some things along further.
We do still have, on Tuesday morning, we have a special meeting from 9 to 11. And just while I'm thinking of it, because there's a special meeting and you have to make decisions and it's a council meeting, this will be the last time the room is set up like this. So we have a council meeting scheduled from 9 to 11 on Tuesday, and then we're moving back to Finance Committee, but we'll just stay with this room set up for Finance Committee, because the time to transition this. Yeah. So we have a Finance Committee at 11. You'll be up there, yes, sorry. We have a Finance Committee at 11, and it's really an overview of capital, and then some state of our reserves and debt. And then Mr. Stiver's been collecting all of your questions, and we were going to walk through that. So we can add partner and affiliates. And then I was going to end this meeting today just by, I've summarized all the options in one convenient place for you. So we can also do that at the next meeting. It might be helpful to have a break. So it would be 2 items that will move to the next meeting.
Okay.
And I think we can do that. The partner and affiliates is usually fast. There's some nuance this year, but I don't think it will be as lengthy as operating
It
was.
may be that the options too can be distributed in writing, and then when we come back to discuss, if there's some questions, or if there's information that's needed when we come back that could be just communicated, could be
I
dealt
can,
with
I
in a
have
little bit different way.
I can just give it to you right now, and then we can quickly walk through it.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure, okay. All right, so I'm,
Could we also get the, if there's a presentation for the partner affiliates, get that now, and then we'll be ready on Tuesday for it too? Just so.
perfect,
And your capital
Maybe
packages are in the
some
corner,
of
so
our
you've got a
questions
lot
will be
to
answered
do
before.
between now and.
okay. So we'll get the materials now, we'll review them so it's easier to digest when we get
Yep.
to our next meeting on next Tuesday. And we'll just keep on keeping on, we're covering lots of stuff.
Did you have
and,
something, Tanya?
No, I can ask after.
That was beautiful. That was good. Okay, any,
Do I take up the time?
Yeah.
all right, does anybody, so we're gonna stop early. Anybody have concerns that we haven't addressed? Oh,
We need to carry those 2 items
okay.
forward to the next.
So though, I move that we postpone items D, 5, and 6 until one of the upcoming finance meetings. Is that specific enough? To
I think
allow some
that's fine.
flexibility?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So I call it, anybody like to speak to that motion? Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And now I move that we adjourn. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so just before we